Yeah. So, I mean, I think maybe we should just start, if that's all right. So I'm just gonna go for it. So in that way, we can stay on time. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome Barbara, Joyce, and Cisco to our final review. We're going to be reviewing the work of my students, all fantastic students. Hi, everyone. I just want to say that, Barbara, this is a vertical studio, which means that these are graduate students between their second and fourth semester of graduate studies. This means that this is their first professional degree in architecture. And I will explain a little bit more during my presentation what this the structure of the vertical studio means and in what ways it has been addressed within the studio. But I just want to start by giving an overview of what what the students have been doing throughout the semester, and also what is the thematic approach of this particular studio. So the studio is called Measures of Discomfort, and it examines how architecture has dealt with the question of comfort, and how in turn comfort has shaped architectural thinking and practice. So the goal is to re-examine the tacit authority found in the codes, standards, and dimensions where comfort is typically thought to be found. So whether through the record of use, function, program, experience, performance, ergonomics, or scale, the production of comfort relies on concrete knowledge and latent imagination of how one would live comfortably. But also comfort governs an unknowable universe of everyday experience that remains outside of the designer's direct control. So if a lot of architecture's meaning is made not in drawings, but in the complex world of how architecture is inhabited, consumed, used, lived, or experienced, that world is at once fundamental and strangely underexplored. So under this premise, the studio expands on how comfort can be a critical tool for architectural invention. So the studio is therefore guided by the following questions. How do we situate comfort within the realms of use, standardization, building technologies, economies of scale, and the human body? Can a study about discomfort instead of comfort foster new spatial possibilities? Can design work to preserve spaces for endurance and not just dullness? And what if design made peace with the strange, the abnormal, the uncomfortable? So in theorizing design as the interface that provides a space for irrational resistance to the mechanisms that condition bodily experience and that perpetuates complicity with capitalist market forces that more often than not remain unquestioned, the studio seeks to uncover the physical, psychological, and political dangers of becoming comfortably numb. So our studio is part of a sequence called the Vertical Studio, which is specifically designed for graduate students pursuing a first professional degree in architecture. So the first 4 design studios that our students take within the School of Architecture at UT Austin are taught in a format that combines students of different degrees and different backgrounds with design and a drawing experience that varies across all of them. So problems are set in order to maximize opportunities for learning, skill acquisition, and idea dissemination at all levels. So from beginning to intermediate, this allows students to progress at their own rate. So topics are coordinated with regards to content and timing, and they cover essential concerns and techniques of architectural design. So the way the studios are structured follows a metaphorical device called the 4 streams that allows faculty and also students to track the degree of emphasis that has been accorded to 4 broad aspects of architectural design. So for example, those 4 aspects are ordering system, human factors, construction, and context. And within our studio, a lot of emphasis has been given to ordering systems, human factors, and to construction. But as you can see, the percentage of all of this change. So order and systems, 45%, human factors at 45%, and construction at 10%. As I mentioned before, the students worked throughout the semester in 3 assignments. And the final assignment is assignment number 3, which is called 1 house, 2 houses, 3 houses. And this assignment in particular is the subject of study for today and the subject of our review. So for the studio's final assignment, the students are designing a building that hosts 3 residential units by reimagining domestic space through a reconceptualization of comfort. So this way of operating puts into question issues of standardization, social conventions, and pre-existing notions of what a comfortable dwelling is. So in the end, what I'm asking is the students to design a building that hosts 3 or more residential units, a large room open to the neighborhood, and a yard space that needs to address issues regarding, site strategies and so on. So the program is very simple. It's 3 or more residential units, each of which hosts a family or other social unit of from 2 to 5 individuals. So students may maintain the traditional boundaries of a housing unit or break them apart to question social thresholds and levels of comfort. So the qualities and role of a housing unit should be clearly defined. So a single public room that is open to the wider neighborhood, it's also part of the program. Possible examples include a music rehearsal room, a religious or secular space of ritual, energetic space for play, a dining club, working space. Each student may determine this use or keep it flexible as a generic room with highly specific spatial qualities that complement or compete with the residential use. So the relationship of this larger public room to the residential units must be clear, and the relationship is authored by each student, and a stance on this issue must be clearly articulated. Also, some amount of yard space needs to be defined by each student, either as private to each unit, shared across the units, or as a public extension of the communal room. The site is a fictionalized but typical condition in Austin. In this case, it is inspired by a real site in East Austin, which is a parcel in East 4th Street and Onion Street, which is a very diverse area where early 19th century bungalows give way to modern condos. Students may choose to take on the specific geographic and social context of East Austin, or leave it generic as local to Austin more broadly. So this is our site, and the site is over here in this corner between 4th Street and Onion Street. That's it from my presentation. I just want to take some moments to introduce our guest reviewers. We have Barbara Materia with us today. She's an independent architect working between the US, Italy, and the Netherlands. Her experience spans from urban and architectural projects to curatorial and exhibition design. After collaborating with Monadnock, also a Dutch firm and architecture studio, she joined the OMA AMO office in Rotterdam, where she was project leader and responsible for the Monditalia Pavilion at the 14th Venice Architectural Biennale, curated by Rem Koolhaas. She also contributed to the design and construction of the art gallery Foundation Galerie Lafayette in Paris, the exhibition Serial Classic and Portable Classic at Fondazione Prada in Venice and Milan, and the scenography for the Greek Theater in Syracuse, Italy, among others. She recently designed with Una the traveling exhibition Partners in Design, Alfred Barr and Philip Johnson at the Kunsthal Museum in Bielefeld, Germany. Barbara is currently a visiting scholar at the School of Architecture at UIC in Chicago, Illinois. And of course, we're joined by our very own Joyce Rosner, a distinguished senior lecturer here at the School of Architecture at UT Austin, and Cisco Gomez, who is the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, also at the School of Architecture at UT Austin. So thank you, the 3 of you, for joining us today. maybe I'm just gonna elaborate a little bit on the logistics of the day. Each student will present their work by sharing their screen. I have shared with you a link to their work in a shared box folder. Each student or each session has its own folder, and then the order of the students within those folders is the order of presentation that we will be following. That's it from my part. Thank you so much. I don't know if there are questions, Cisco, Joyce, or Barbara.
Everything's clear. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm going to give the floor to Stefan, who's going to be presenting the work first. So go ahead, Stefan, and share your screen.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Stefan. So with this project, I'm really focusing in on living by ourselves. I'm not focusing in on a group of people living together. I'm focusing on what it means to live by ourselves or to live with one other person. So when I think of discomfort, living by ourselves, right, I think of that inability to feel connected to the outside, right? Being confined where we live and not having that option to feel connected what's happening with our surroundings. So then in that same breath, I think of comfort, right, as having the ability to have social interaction when you would want that, and to always feel connected on what's happening outside, right? So with my design, I'm really focusing in on creating comfort where public spaces are maximized to create some kind of interaction that is unforceful, but rather when it is a choice. So I started off using a cube. I took that cube, I divided it into 3 parts that has a proportional relationship. I took then those 3 parts and I combined them 5 different ways to create 5 abstract rooms. I took those 5 different rooms and I submerged them into each of my units. I then subtracted those parts. I looked at what I liked. I looked at what I didn't like. I kept what I liked and I left what I didn't like. I then also looked at what that inverse gives me. I took what I like again, threw away what I didn't like. Combining those gives me a result that has quite a unique part-to-whole relationship. And then I wanted to create a courtyard scheme down on my bottom floor, right, which made me separate these units and pull them apart, that ultimately created this continuous courtyard down on my bottom floor, which would serve as my public room, which would be a public nursery, which you could come and grow your herbs or whatever you would want to, right? However, I then assigned the front part and the back and a portion of the back part to Unit A and Unit B. And I did that in order to get back to my proportional relationship that these units now have to one another, but they have it by the area that each unit claims. So after that, I looked at the mass spaces and the poche spaces that I created, and I looked at some of the rooms that I created, and I really took over and made some of those rooms that I would like to be rooms, and I discarded some of them that I didn't. I moved walls and really made this space to be livable, right? One thing that's important here is in order to maximize that social interaction, my middle floor is completely shared, right? So my middle floor is continuous throughout the whole part. However, the first floor is private, the 3rd floor is private, and 4th floor is private as well. So getting on to floor plan number 1, right? You could see here that you have 4th Street running right here. You have Onion Street running right here. My main entrance would be facing Onion Street, and this would also be my main circulation that would provide circulation for Unit A as well as Unit B. My other 2 circulations are facing, which would be my neighbors if I have neighbors. And this circulation would be dominantly for Unit C. Then my building material is brick. So you could see down here, right, where I start thinking of where I would be planting plants. It's that same material just continuously down, but wherever I have those paver or those planters, it's basically my brick material continuously and then just pushed down into the ground. And with the same building material right here, you see where I introduce screens, right? And I have two different screens. I have one screen, one brick screen that will act as a most visual screen, right? To serve as the connection that the unit to unit have with each other, or the connection that the unit has with the nursery. I also have screens that is mainly served as ventilation, right? So just to have some good ventilation circulation through some of the buildings. So on this first floor, right, I'm putting all of my bedrooms on the bottom floor, right? So what I think is it'll be beautiful, right? Waking up in the setting, a garden-like setting, right? And at that same time, I made this design decision because I also think that at that time, when we are occupying our bedrooms, it's also the same time where this nursery would experience the least activity, right? So as we wake up in the morning and we get more active with our day, you move up into each unit, which each unit gets more private as you move up. So the second floor, I hinted, right, that is continuous throughout, right? So to get to the other two units, you would use this circulation right here, and to get to this third unit, you would go up here. You could see the screens are getting dominant here, right? That screens are there to maximize, right, this unit-to-unit interaction and kind of framing my courtyards, right, that's happening down below. So this would be completely shared. I'll have a big kitchen, right, that's shared, dining room, living room, a nook area where you can go read, maybe a small library, right, and you'll also have shared when you do your laundry, right? So by doing this, right, it really created, and now to move up to my third floor, where we don't necessarily need to have your own kitchen or your own living room, but you can really use these spaces to what you want, right? Like for instance, this right here, right? Beautiful space, southern light coming in, right? We have this screen. You could make that right if you're a yoga if you're a yoga instructor or something like that, right? Or if you're a music instructor or whatever, right? You could really curate that to what you would want that to be, rather than using it up for the more known. And the same would go then for this fourth floor, right, which is my rooftop. Let's say this change, right, from being a single person that is a yoga instructor, which this changed to being a single mother caring for her child, right? She could move up all the way to the top floor and then be completely private and be here with her child. Or you have a workshop, or you have a painting studio, which you could then change those things into what you would like. You could also see that these are open to below, right? So then looking at some of my elevations, this would be the entrance. So you would go in there. This would be the main circulation behind this wall. North elevation, west elevation. Let me just do something. I just want to zoom into this. It'll just look a little better. Right. Right, south elevation. And then the representation more of a spatial quality of how it would feel, right, to approach this building from across the street. So then looking at my structure, this drawing is really shown where I would pick up my lateral loads, right? I am saying that this side here is my most problematic side, right? I'm picking lateral loads. So what you see is all of my shear walls being pulled apart and where I would pick that up. And then a wall detail and some better representation here of giving you a representation of how those screens look and the difference between when I have a visual screen to when I have a ventilation screen, where I'm taking just a normal running bond and I'm either rotating at 90 degrees or I'm rotating at 45 degrees. I'm also thinking of, right, these screens has to be reinforced. I have some screens that runs up 40 feet. So it's just a way of also thinking of still having a screen, but also having those screens reinforced. This is sectional representation, again, really focusing in on how you can see how you would have that interaction throughout the whole building, right? And if I can zoom in here a little more for you, right, you could see that these screens right here, right, unit to unit interaction, the circulation, how this person has an interaction with the person gardening down here, or a person reading, right, still has a connection to what's happening down below. Same with this unit right here, right, and the person may be sitting reading outside of her room. It also gives the great ability, right, where you can write daddy daughter day or daddy son day or whatever, right. Another section of a representation of this middle floor shared, but then really focusing in on these top two floors right here, where, right, it could be inhabited by really what that person's needs are. And then I'll leave you with these last two perspectives. Quite thinking about the light quality and the light interaction that some of these spaces will have. Down in the courtyard, right, really focusing in on these screens and how it frames these courtyards. And that's it. Thank you. With that, I'd just like to say, really, I've also uploaded a booklet, and the booklet is really curated for you guys to direct me what kind of drawings you would like to talk about. This was really set up for my presentation. So if you open up that booklet, right, it would be laid out more like an actual book, and you can really direct which drawings you would like to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. So the floor is now open for you, Cisco, Joyce, and Barbara.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm really interested in the process on the compositional process that you followed. I think that the final shape, like the final space that you produce as a design, it's very compelling, and I think that the use of materials is very intelligent. I really like the way you use the same material to achieve different conditions. I'm just wondering whether, like, after the generation of the form as a geometrical composition, if you readapted it according to your idea of comfort or discomfort, because it's very clear how you composed, but you didn't really explain closely or more in depth on how the shapes relate to the kind of space that you are generating. So I would like to know if you, after the composition of the shapes, you had like a second thought, or you went into refining the spatial conditions as a space, as a form of shape, according to your idea of comfort and discomfort.
So this was part of our second project, and my second project focusing on this discovery of new spaces, and I think that will enhance, right, you living by yourself, that you have, right, these little nooks and little areas where you compress and decompress, where you would kind of have that new interaction, right, when you move through these spaces. To go more into how I redesigned some of my unit 3, the last unit, it was about a 5-foot thick unit. So that unit was completely redesigned, but I looked at some of the shapes that I had created from unit 1 and 2, and I introduced those into unit 3. Unit 1, I kept mostly similar. However, most of my poche space was in unit 1. So I just looked at those as planes or walls, and I opened things up. But again, I really focused on that rediscovery of how you would rediscover some of the moments that has been created.
Okay, I mean, I found the general composition very interesting, and yeah, again, like I think it's working really well also with your conceptual idea. But I think perhaps you could have engaged a little bit more into the use of some of the spaces that you're creating. For example, like there is a very clear definition of curved space against more rectilinear and squared rooms, and yeah, maybe, I don't know, like differentiating more the use of the space according also to their geometrical definitions, because the curve, I think it's more like something that invites and something that like open up even more what happened in the interior, or anyway, like when you're using it, yeah, for example, in the middle part, can you go back to the plan, the previous plan, please? Yeah, thank you. So in the middle unit, you have this curvy wall that is like protruding out almost from the unit, that is kind of like embracing the public space as well. But I think that functionally from the inside, it's not clear the way you are showing it. So I don't know, perhaps like engaging a little bit more in the use of the shape, yeah, reflecting what is really happening inside would have enriched, I think, even more the overall composition.
Okay, right.
But I really like the idea that you have this first floor that is kind of like shared, and you place there the most intimate spaces somehow, because you have like bedrooms, and with the use of the filter, I think it's really interesting and it's really nice. It's also kind of controversial. And then everything seems that it's merging in the upper levels, but in fact still remains separate in the rest of the apartment. So I think overall it's very successful. I'm just like, yeah, I would have liked maybe to see more how the shape emphasize the other aspects.
Right.
I'm going to follow up on Barbara's comments, because I really liked the project, Stefan, but there were some questions that I had as you were presenting, and but I love the process that you went through, but I would love to see some steps in there that talk about when you discussed, I chose what I liked and what I didn't like, sort of what those parameters were. What was it that what did you set up as your like and your dislike? Right. It would be really nice to almost, you could do some beautiful diagrams and sort of grids that start to show this process that you went through, and then what things got discarded, what things were kept, and why you kept them. Because I know you had reasons to do that, but it doesn't, there's kind of this missing link for me when I look at the process that you went through. I thought the sleeping on the ground floor was interesting in a controversial way, as Barbara said. But I understood why you did it, but it starts to set up this sort of comfort, discomfort situation, which is interesting. And what else? I made some notes. Yeah, I think just that was the main thing. I really like the project, Stefan, and I think it's actually something that has a really strong base in reality. Like, these spaces are spaces you could occupy. I could see this complex existing very successfully. I personally like the idea of sort of some communal living when you want it. And so I think it's a really nice project, and you're thinking about, it's a very accomplished vertical project.
Thanks to Piera.
I agree with that. I think for me, one of the aspects I like about the formal solution is you see it in your different drawings. Like in this plan, you can read the project as 4, maybe 5 very specifically figured objects that shape the spaces within and between them. In other drawings, some of your upper floor plans, your sections, you really read the project as a series of striations from front to back, solids and voids. And I think from the exterior massing, you can also read it as a subtractive exercise, where there was a volume that then you removed figures from. So I think that kind of variability in ways of reading the overall is a real strength. And I appreciate that variability was kind of brought into the tectonic. I think the brick works very well for you, because you have a system of making the surfaces that you can stretch apart and introduce voids to introduce variability in the surface, in addition to the kind of spatial figuration of the project. So I think that's nice. And it's well drawn. The perspectives at the end, I think, are really terrific. But I want to ask you a question. When you started, really, when you talked about the way the studio is framed, this question about discomfort and comfort, I read what you were talking about as essentially this idea of optionality, right? This is for me or for two people, you know, for one person or two people, and you have the option or you have the ability to engage a more communal social setting at will or not, you know, which is a lot of spatial conditions operate that way, right? You know, any apartment, you go out in the hallway, or you know, you go out into the lobby, and you have a different kind of set of interactions. And so my question, though, is I mean, I love coming through the bedrooms, but the second floor, you know, that second floor, that sort of most public level of your project, it's sort of like a piano nobile, right? The next floor above the ground is the very public realm of the project. I can't get between my bedroom and my yoga room without seeing, you know, my neighbor who I need to avoid because, yeah, my dog barked at their dog the other day. And so I question, like, I think if you're going to take this idea of ability to withdraw or engage seriously, I think that there is maybe a slight disconnect in this very layered organization of private or semi-private to relatively public to more private spaces above. And Michelle Addington is locked in the courtyard, so I'm going to stop with that thought, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. I did that 2 weeks ago. I'll be right back.
So Barbara, our school is closed, and that's the dean. She got locked out.
Good.
Yeah, but Stefan, maybe you can reply to that comment, or Barbara, you were about to say something.
No, please go ahead.
To Cisco's comment, yes, but I think I was more focused on, like he says, where most of the hallways are, you go out, but that introduced some kind of action that you would have to take to move, to have an interaction, where I was focused on, you are sitting in your living room, or you are in your yoga space, and you don't have to necessarily move down to that second floor or to the hallway to see what's happening outside, right? You can maybe take 2 steps to your screen and have that interaction, right? If that was successful or not, that's a different question. But that was the main intention. And then I can see how definitely how, right, if you move up from this unit and you move up, you will have to interact. If your neighbor sits there that you dislike, you're gonna have to interact with her. But this unit is a little more private, right? And it's why I introduced this wall right here, right? Is if you move up from your unit C up to your 3rd floor, right? You would have quite minimum interaction right here, right? And because this kitchen is quite blocked off, so I can see moments where it's working and moments where it's not working.
I think, again, Stefan, it might be interesting to have some drawings that are more diagrammatic, where you really show kind of where there's overlap spaces, where there are individual spaces. And then I think it'll help explain it, but it'll also help you kind of reevaluate those combinations.
And also, because you mainly talk about the possible interaction within the same occupants of the same building, but you're not really engaging with the site. So I'm wondering if it's really intentional, like to kind of like segregate everything in your building unit, or because perhaps opening up a little bit the exterior, you're kind of slightly doing it, like with opening up a little bit the facade. But anyway, like it's a corner building, and perhaps maybe at least in the ground floor level, there could be a little bit more interaction with the street and with the context. But I don't know if it's in your intention instead to keep everything like clustered towards the inside.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted it to be like not wanted it to be, but I think it's comfortable, right? Moving away from the outdoor life and coming into a space where you feel like not like you're in a different world, right? But where you removed yourself from going to work, right, and then coming back in. But at the same time, you don't want to remove yourself so completely where discomfort is being introduced that you don't feel that connection. So I did introduce this screen right here, right, which is my ventilation screen, right, which it's not completely blocked off. So you still feel that interaction, but it's not that direct interaction that you would have to that outside. So that's kind of my design intent to connect the outside, if that helps you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, so we have to move on, unfortunately, Stefan. I just want to say, like, thanks for your presentation and thanks for all the work that you have been producing during the semester. I really appreciated, the kind of, rigor and enthusiasm to always follow your ideas, but also listening to us and the kind of, comments that we could give you to your work. So thank you very much. Now it's the time for Sean to start presenting. Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you.
Sean, if you can share your screen, that would be great. Hi, Sean.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Share screen. So can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Sean Liu, and this is my fourth and last vertical studio. So in brief, my project is about three things. So the first one is geometry, and the second is regularity and irregularity, and the third is the scale and privacy. So as we all know, architecture is a language of geometry. The rectangle is the most common, classic, and comfortable geometry used in architecture. So in this project, the rectangle is challenged by triangle and quadrant. So comfort and discomfort are tested by the unfamiliar residential space, which is either a triangle or a quadrant. And the scale of the room is also explored as an expression of domestic privacy and a measurement of comfort and discomfort. So, so for the unit strategy, instead of either vertically or horizontally set up 3 units, I wanted to break the conventional configuration of apartment units. So this unit spread out the footprint both vertically and horizontally to intertwine with each other. As you can see in this diagram. So therefore, each apartment with the linear extended floor plans and multi-stories, they could contain some feature of a single family house and occupy an approximate floor area. So the ordering system of this unit is based on the gradient of privacy. So it is expressed by the changing scale of geometry. The plan is divided by 20 by 20 feet grids and 10 by 10 feet grids. So the large grids are for public space, like the living room or dining room and kitchen, and the smaller grids here, this part, it will use for the private space, like bedroom and bathroom, because in my opinion, a smaller separate rooms provide a sense of intimacy. So, and then the patterns are extruded both vertically from the plan and horizontally from the facade to excavate the solid cube. So the pochette is solid and the white is void. So going on the floor plan, this shows how to occupy the space. So most of the lot is occupied by the house, and the rest of it is a backyard, and this part is an unconditional communal open space. As you can see, this is the bigger room. This is a public room, and this will be the atrium, and it is the threshold of privacy. So when you enter a unit, you encounter the public space first, like living room, dining room, and then you walk up the atrium to enter. So you can you see, this is a little pattern to indicate the different units. Maybe you can zoom in a little bit. So the dot is unit 1. So this is the atrium. So you walk up this atrium and you can enter the private space here. So you can see this pattern indicates 3 units. So you walk up this part, you can see the smaller room is divided by this shape, this triangle and quadrant space. Yeah. And so the connection between the space also depends on the program and the forms. So you can see this solid volume left by extrusion in public space. I think it's kind of critical in reality because I want this building is made of concrete, so it is not economical to let this completely solid in modern architecture. So how to utilize this part is an issue. In my project, I proposed to excavate stairways, toilets, and story rooms from them. So this secondary program are embedded and hidden in the poche so that the main interior form will remain intact. And the configuration of furniture and fixture also played a role in this domestic comfort. It kind of responds to the unusual space condition to mitigate the strangeness and the discomfort generated by the this non-regular room. So you can see this part. This is a laundry room. So this is the laundry room, and I put it in a triangle room. It's not, it's very weird, but I use it to kind of design it to kind of mediate this strangeness and discomfort in the space, and also it could, and also this furniture and feature can also serve as a partition on the wall to indicate different area. Like for example, the kitchen, the shape is like this. So it should be a wall here to indicate the rectangle space, but I use this as the partition to indicate the different shape or the area of the interior space. So, and also you can see the door is kind of important in this project. You can see all my doors are parquet door or folding door because I wanted to keep this space intact. I don't want to have like a pivot door to kind of like, it will interact, it will disrupt the space, especially for this unusual space. It's kind of small. And if you have a pivot door, it would be a problem. So all my doors are pocket or folding doors. And also in this special pandemic situation, we learned that the importance of an open space in the residential house. So each unit has its own open but separate balcony here. And this one is the first one, the second one, and this is the third one. So
Sean, sorry, do you mind speeding up? You're running out of time. Yeah.
So so going on the short section, this is a series perspective short section. It shows the 2 scale of room and the regular forms that is contained in the rectangular boxes, the envelope. So yeah, so this is the atrium. And you can see the smaller room on the top. This is the bigger space for the public space. You can see this gradient: atrium, public, private, the same thing. So I'll go faster. See this. Yeah. So this one is the longitudinal section. It will show you more clearly how this changing scale. So you can see this bigger public space on the lower floor, and the atrium is the threshold of the privacy, and then you enter this private space, which has more smaller rooms here. And then this is some rendering to show you my idea of the exterior. So it was made up of white concrete, and there will be some screens, wood screens on the for the private space, and it is operable. See, this is the private space, so there will be screen to kind of shade it and protect your privacy. So and those wood screen is part of the operable online curtain wall screen. So like this one, this is operable. Yeah, and there's some interior rendering to see this from from the interior space. See this is the stairs is excavated from the solid. You can see this part, or they are solid and it's excavated. And this is the long corridor in each unit. So I think this long corridor can kind of like make the interior space more deep and make you feel the room is larger. And it's also left for you to have some unconditional indoor activity, because right now you have to stay home and you have to have some space for whatever you like. And this is for the bedroom. So you can see this weird, it's not normal. See this curvature here. This is a quadrant space. And this one is the last one. So you can see this triangle space and how I want it to be occupied. Yeah, so
Thank you, Sean.
In this page, I love this most.
Thank you.
Sean, can you go back to the plan of the public space? Was that on the ground floor, which you were talking about, the collective space?
Oh, oops. Here.
Okay. That's exterior, but underneath.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cisco.
I was just going to say, this may be common to the process you use, but like Stefan's, there's a really interesting sort of archaeological moment in the project where you've kind of set up really a formal system. Like you have this idea of the large grid and the small grid. It has to do with the scale of the spaces and the amount of privacy or publicity within the unit that each has, and then you know, this vocabulary of subdivision, whether it be the 45-degree or the arc. And I feel like when you get into the perspectives, you are archaeologically kind of discovering qualities of space that you would likely not have made had you been designing the figure of a space from first principles or out of whole cloth. And I like that quality a lot. I think it pays benefits for you. The 3 units, though, I'm trying to understand now where you move from the public to the private. This, you can't see my, maybe I can do annotation. This space here has the same pattern as this unit, but this stair goes to a different unit, is that right? This one?
Yes. It's going up to it's like this one. So this is stair going up to the second floor to enter another unit.
Okay, but should this triangle have the same pattern as upstairs?
That's the thing I thought about, but I think it's kind of sheer, but it's on the first floor, so I used the pattern for this.
Okay, yeah, it's just a question, yeah. But there is no designation, no architectural trace of the original squares that you started with in your system, is that right? Like there's no joint in the floor or ceiling right here or right here.
Ceiling? No, so we made the construction project for this one. So I think I used like the concrete slab plane. So there's no beams, no columns in this project.
Yeah, I think that's a positive quality, not to inscribe those cells of operation in the space itself. I mean, it makes for these, like, I love the shape and quality of that space. I am missing a little bit the dashed lines that indicate overhead changes. Like it's a little bit hard to read. Like this is your atrium space here, right? In here?
Yeah.
But there's, somewhere there should be a dashed line, I think, that would help us read what's going on sectionally. I'm sorry, those are not collected comments. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. That was not serious critique. I apologize.
Sheng, I think that your project is very engaging geometrically. I really like the way you're trying to like merging together and find a right composition of the square, the triangle, and like the curve. And I think there are very beautiful moments that you're creating, and also I really appreciate it. Kind of like somehow rigorous in the way you're using the space. So the triangle is most of the time the laundry room, and the curvy part, it's mainly like a bedroom or a bathroom. I was wondering though, whether you should have taken more advantage of the pochette space. To me, it's not really clear the transition, I think, from, like the solid part to the lighter part. And I was wondering whether you could have, take more advantage of the use of the pochette space, but also the interstitial spaces that you're creating with the merging of these forms together. Because, for example, if you move to the upper level plans, I think it's the, what is this?
This one, this is the third floor?
The second floor plan or the third floor plan, you kind of leave the smaller rooms always in a peripheral way, in a peripheral side of the plan. Yeah, like here. I mean, I understand what you're doing because you're leaving like this kind of like communal circulation as the most important part of the space. And I really like, for example, like, sorry, let me get the annotation. Computer is kind of slow. I really love these moments, like when the curve is meeting a straight line. But I think you're not really taking advantage so much of those spaces. Like, for example, I think it would have been beautiful to have like a stair, like kind of wrapping around these interstitial niches and spaces that you're creating. And and the other thing is that maybe using more and in a more clear way, like the pochette part, could have enriched much more the project, because you're using it in some part as toilet, but then the toilet becomes instead like more this curvy, triangular, but with a curved wall. So you're rigorous, but somehow you're not so rigorous. So it's kind of like sometimes it's a little bit confusing for me to follow the principle, like the overall principle of the project.
Can I explain this pochette? This pochette it can occupy is on top. So
Okay.
you can see from the, I think maybe you can see from this one. So like this is this part. So it's on the top.
Yeah, but maybe you could have excavated also some parts. Like I think it's very clear from the long section, but also yeah, here in the short section, there is a lot of post-shade part that you're not really using.
Yeah,
And
so,
I think it would be fantastic spaces that it could be, yeah, could be used.
so I think you're talking about this part. So yeah, maybe there's a solution to kind of
even sectionally sort of opening up if you can actually, I guess
yeah,
the
that
stairs
part
go.
is this part. This part.
No,
I completely, oh, I'm sorry, Joyce, am I?
Oh, I was just going to say, I have two quick questions for you, Chung. One is, since you were questioning the notion of discomfort, did you think about, was the idea of using conventional furniture a way to make it feel more uncomfortable? Or did you think about actually redesigning the furniture to be more in dialogue with the spaces that you were creating? That makes sense.
Sorry, can you ask that again? Because my internet is kind of unstable. I didn't catch your words.
I was just curious about the fact that you use such conventional furniture in these very unconventional spaces. And I wondered if that was an intentional decision or not.
Sean, sorry.
Oh, please.
Yeah, since you're having problem with your connection, maybe if you turn off your video, it might help at least to listen to your voice.
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes
thanks.
also the backgrounds, when you add a background that isn't the normal background, it makes it harder on the video or on the connection.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to second Barbara's comment about the potential uses of the poche. To me, the project is most successful, like this section in this area where you have the vaulted shapes is horrific, like all of this, right? And this is a hole through the building, right? That one is not it. Yep. Yeah, that's great. I wish you could get out there and sit there in a room that doesn't have a flat floor. But the idea that there's all this thickness, I think it is very invisible. I think Barbara's making the point that like in, I think it was your ground floor plan or maybe your second, where you have the living space and you're excavating the poche and one is a pantry and one is a half bath. Those are still rooms that have a door that close. I think there's, there's possibilities. There's a version of this project where the windows aren't where the larger spatial volumes touch the skin. But actually the way the light is let in is actually only through the poche, right? Like you have cuts and openings through all of this stuff that create connections to the outside and let light in. And maybe there's even more poche because I do think that's very powerful. And when I look at this part here, it seems much more conventional. Like it has plan shapes in it, but I think you could have used more of the poche and also excavated the poche, not just for service rooms, but for apertures or alcoves that are adjacent to the main rooms that you can maybe sit in or even just see, or windows from the outside. I think that would have added a lot to the project for me.
Okay, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
All right, so Sean, we're running out of time, but thanks for your presentation. And I mean, I just want to add something to commend you on your project. I think, like, personally, I've always find it very fascinating, maybe also to echo one of Barbara's comment on, the rigor in controlling the sort of spaces with a series of very basic moves that were able that allowed you to explore the spatial potentials of those, very singular moves. I think, like, I could agree, and I agree with all the comments about the exploration of the poche, but I know that this is a work in progress. you have never been entirely satisfied with the project and you keep changing it and you keep exploring it. I think like the most attractive moment is when you started making those short sections and you started to discover all of these interesting moments that the project has created, or what your mechanism allowed you to create. And then, you know, how you started to tame those moments to make them perform in the ways you wanted to. So I think like you should keep going and you should keep exploring this, because I think it is a very compelling way of making your own architectural language. So thank you again, Sean. We have to move on, but congratulations. I'm going to give the floor to Andrew. Andrew, it's your time to present. If it's okay, can you share your screen?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Brown. Let's see if I can get this shared the right way. All right. Can we, you can see the screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. So hallways are uncomfortable. Co-working and co-living spaces, co-working and co-living create spaces that are neither fully private or fully shared. Completely open plans are uncomfortable. Hallways are uncomfortable. Private rooms with communal hallways create uncomfortable transitions between private and shared spaces. Enfilades allow gentle transitions between private and shared spaces while creating visual connections between the spaces without overexposing them, similar to how louvers break up the view into a window. So why do rooms share walls? Rooms share walls because it saves on money and saves on materials, but this project explores rooms that are connected via the corners and how that affects circulation, room layout, and transitions. So the angled rooms create a rhythm, which I carried into the elevation by alternating the floor's footprints. Yeah. And so then that way we have two residential floors in the middle. We have an office space, a shared public space on the ground floor, and then a smaller residential space with kind of a roof yard on the top. So louver, during lockdown, it's really made me increasingly aware of the different levels of visibilities between me and my neighbors. The connections where we can see directly into each other's houses are uncomfortable, but the connections where you can just see enough to see when someone's home or not can create, can be comforting. So the intent of these louvers is to create these partial views, these moments of connection, while allowing the occupant to see out. So I've made a quick video to show how the louvers defined by the cube define the edges of the building. It's okay if the video lags. It's just trying to show the way that the corners reveal themselves and then define the building as you go around the corner, as you walk or drive by the building. So you can see there's enough balconies for each person to have their own private outdoor space. And you can also see the color. So color ergonomics is another field where we hear about comfort and discomfort. Color is a sensory perception, and as any sensory perception, it has effects that are symbolic, associative, and emotional. Blue is a comforting color. Hold on. Blue is a comforting color known to reduce your heart rate. Green is an optimistic color, and teal is the exciting color in between blue and green. Teal's understated elegance encourages a calm, reflective mood. And brighter teal tones are both unique and smart. So on the ground floor, I have a collective shared office space similar to WeWork. So that this project is meant to have people at different small businesses working and living in the same building. So the residents are more than just neighbors. And these moments, one of the moments of connection is the shared entry that you see. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but in the bottom right, the shared entry comes in where you can see when people are coming in, whether you're in the residential side or the office side, but it's not a completely shared space. Yes, and WeWork, some of the writings about how WeWork operates and their philosophy is what got me into the use of bright colors on this project. So it's an open plan office, but with alcoves so that you're not completely out in an open plan. You're sort of always in your own little corner. And you know, appropriate for 2 to 10 person companies like WeWork. So then you have, this is one of the large window views to the outside so that you can see the louvers working at another angle where again, you can see people coming in the entryway, but it's a partial reveal. It's a connection without complete visibility. There's also the vertical connection where you can see up through the courtyard. You can see people coming in, but the angled louvers prevent you from really seeing into the residential units. So this is the second floor, and essentially the third floor are the same. So you can see that trying to make a more general transition between the private space of the bedroom and the semi-public space of the kitchen by going through the living rooms. So then you have these long viewing corners to map using the entire perimeter of the building. I believe that's 60 feet inside, making it feel larger, allowing to see the connection into the other rooms. And then you also have these visual paths, including through, this is glass right here. So the two separate entries in all the apartments, that allows you to have your own space. You can have somebody come into your living room and come over without going into your suite mate's space. But at the same time, you can see from either side into the doors, the other entrances. So that creates both paths and visual paths. And I believe that this has been an exploration of not having shared walls. And I believe that the living rooms having the entrances all on one side is successful. And the kitchen having the two entrances with the views and the gentle transitions has been successful. But overall, the only place where you have doors on two opposite corners is the bedrooms. And that actually significantly, I believe, negatively impacted the furniture layout and the efficiency of space. So yeah, so this is the third floor. Only the stairs have changed. You can see it's a 68 foot wide, long corridor, and all of the rooms are essentially 18 by 18. So this is that long view corridor looking from one living room through the kitchen into the next viewing corridor, and also showing that you can see the door on the other side. So you can see when your suite mates are home on the other side, but you're not exactly sharing the same space as them. And that brings us to the top floor. The top floor units are a little bit different, having some outdoor private space so that you can have pets or children. And in this layout, it's continuing the same general philosophy on design principles on a smaller scale. You can still see the long connections in between the rooms. You have your computers and the kitchen, and everything is in a shared space. Whereas then the TV and living room, just a smaller scale permutation of the lower units. And then this is all the outdoor private space that they have up here. So in this long section, you can see how it really splits the building in half so that you have the two people who live over here and the two people who live over here sharing the kitchen. And then the elevations are mostly focused on illustrating the lighting effects that you get from the louvers. And so then for structure, there are columns in the middle around the atrium and in the elevator channel, and then the rest is done through shear walls. And this kind of shows how these units, the wall sticks out. I've got cabinets covering that, so you can have the exterior effect of the wall sticking out. And then on the outside, I tried to leave as much space as possible open to create a park that's delineated into this part along the street. And then the more secluded inside the louvers entryway there, kind of implying that that's the property of the building. And that's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Can you go back to one of your lower level floor plans?
The ground floor or the apartments?
Apartments.
Yeah.
So they are one bedroom units. Well, I guess you call that one.
Yeah.
Are you calling that one unit or two units?
It's a dual master, but in my mind, it was fusing two units together to share a kitchen, more so than adding a second living room to a two bedroom.
So a unit on the left and a unit on the right.
Yes.
With the kitchen in between. You know, Andrew, I think you have, it's an interesting premise to think about hallways or the lack of hallways and how spaces can come together. And there are some places I think that you've taken advantage of that. I feel like there are some interesting geometries that still have to be, you could still explore that you haven't, sort of in how these room rectangles could come together, and those spaces where they do start to come together. I have to get my annotate. So where you start to see kind of these kinds of geometries happening, where there's a threshold condition, there's another kind of threshold condition, and a third one, sort of really exploring what those geometries are and what those thresholds could be. And are they part of a third thing, or a second thing, I guess a third thing, or are they part of the space, the main space? Sort of how do they figure into the overall scheme? And that, for me, that's still unclear on your project. I think there was, on the top floor, there was a place, if you can go to the top floor, well, let me erase that, where I think this is kind of starting to become very interesting in how that space is creating kind of its own space that's happening kind of here in this zone that becomes a threshold. And I started to wonder when I was seeing these, if there's another kind of space, like if something changes on the ceiling surface, or if you read it as a thicker space versus a thin space. So I don't think there's one way to do it, but I think right now for me, it's not clear what your strategy was, or how you were thinking about these overlaps specifically.
Yeah, and maybe to take on that, what Joyce was suggesting, perhaps like using also the toilet instead of being a fragment of one of the rooms, it could have been one of the passing through rooms, like Le Corbusier is doing in many of his houses, or Perret also as like a walking through bathroom. And maybe this would have not interrupt the sequence of spaces. And you could have taken advantage of using maybe the interstitial part and the intersection part between the two squares. Because I think the other, I think it's a little bit pity that you never read the intersection of the squares. I mean, of course you understand them, because on the outer perimeter, you're creating like these zigzagging walls, but in the inner spaces, this kind of intersection completely disappears. So perhaps maybe maintaining this kind of intersection in some of the parts of the composition would be interesting. I mean, not necessarily with like rooms, but perhaps creating more of these filtering parts. It could have helped you also maybe in having other ways or other means of connecting the spaces that is not necessarily through the openings or through a view like you're doing, but perhaps through interstitial spaces, like the louvers you're using for the outside. It could happen also in the in the inner part of the apartments.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, no, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
This is going to come across as harsh, but I think there's certain things that I feel like you laid out a series of topics, and you were even working with some things you didn't mention that are incredibly fascinating. In my opinion, you didn't deliver on them in a very full way. And those topics are like, I love the way you started out talking about, you know, hallways are boring, rooms are boring. There's in-between condition I'm very interested in. And I assume I saw that you've read some Robin Evans in the syllabus, but if you haven't read Robin Evans' Figure, Doors, and Passages, you need to read it like the minute this review ends, because it is an essay about the development of circulation space and its impact on the social dynamic of architecture. Mm-hmm. And it really talks about how circulation space is a modern invention. So I think that's one. I asked you to go back to the earlier floor plan because, I can't think of an apartment or a dwelling that is 1 or 2 bedrooms that really has hallways. Like your units, once you're in them, are fairly conventional, because it's not, the unit type that you chose to develop, doesn't often have hallways in it anyway. So the fact that yours don't have hallways don't seem that different to me. But I think there's a fascinating topic there that might have been explored more fully with apartments that have more spaces within them, either a larger number of units, larger units, or smaller rooms, or some combination that actually allowed you a larger multiple of spaces that actually engage this topic of circulation or not in a little more in your face way. So that's one. I think the other is the louver point that Barbara just made. Like, there's a version of this project where you don't really have walls, everything is louvers, right? I think this idea that louvers have variable permeability that can be tuned in some way, I think could be a fascinating thing, not just at the outside balconies or the openings in the floor plates, but actually the primary spatial device that you're using to separate space or condition privateness within the building. And then the third one, which I'm incredibly fascinated by, you didn't talk about it all, but one of the characteristics of your building is you have essentially the entire perimeter of your building is encased with this outdoor space that in some cases is segmented, in some cases is more continuous, which is an amazing potential condition that I think could also be one of the drivers of a very interesting scheme. Worries me that it didn't come up. I mean, we saw it, of course, in your drawings, but I think like as you move forward in your studios, I think you need to attach yourself to one or more ideas and really force yourself to step back from convention to kind of find the architectural development that the idea is demanding of you. It can be hard in a domestic program because we're all very familiar with the spaces we grew up in, the places we live in. And so one of the challenges of being able to do that is stepping away from your own experience. But ultimately for me, this is a little bit too normative especially within the units to really show that it's taken on any of these ideas in a full way. And then just one last comment. I'm sorry, this is also kind of rough, but I think you have a lot to learn from your colleagues in terms of your drawing technique. Like, especially some of those renderings are not doing service to what it is you've actually designed. So that's something else to keep working on.
Okay. No, the louvers as more primary interior division is a very, very interesting concept that I didn't think of, but that would have really tied the different concepts together a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know of a project that does that. There are some projects, like, I don't know if you know, there's an apartment, I think it's in New York, that Single Speed Design did. That's basically curtains. It's reconfigurable subdivisions of space. It's all done with curtains, which might be a parallel idea.
I can't think of a specific one, but Petra Blaze does a lot of projects with curtains. And I mean, I know she did for the Biennale, it was more just sort of a space with a linear curtain element that kind of ribbon through the space, but you might also look at her work. I think, Cisco, I'm just going to echo for Andrew, and I think it's really important when you have the opportunity, well, you should always have the opportunity or make the opportunity to look at things more abstractly, less conventional, because it's only out of those ways that you're going to really discover some interesting opportunities. And I think initially, and we are not seeing kind of initial studies, so you may have done this, but initially really exploring just this one geometry of bringing squares together at the corner, and in some places, and then changing the geometry opens up all kinds of possibilities, both two-dimensionally, three-dimensionally, that I just feel like you still have to explore. And I think when you started out talking about WeWork, that didn't help, because all of a sudden it told us that you were looking at an existing situation that you found as a model versus taking advantage of the studio that was about really exploring comfort and discomfort. And so I took it that you saw that space as comfort, whereas to me, that would not be a comfortable space to be working in. So I think really just questioning what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what are the other ways you could be doing it before you settle on something.
Yeah, Andrew, we have to move on. I just want to add to the comments, and I would also like to end on a positive note, because like your first assignment actually was a very similar exploration of this one. So I see like a recurrent theme, and I see how obsessed and obsessive you can get with this. So I would like to encourage you to continue with that line of thought, right? To understand like not only the potentials of geometry, but also these ideas of how do you actually expand beyond the limits of what we know and of convention in a way. And I think like, you know, you're striving to get there, and maybe it is still not extremely solved or resolved, but I know that you have like this, you know, this sort of inspiration to continue and to pursue and to push those boundaries. So I would love for you to continue doing so. I think like there are interesting moments in the project that have a lot to do with, you know, systems of projection, which we didn't have the time to actually talk to, or like to really engage with it in a more like operational way. But I think that, you know, if you continue with this line of thought and if you continue pushing those boundaries, you will get there. And it is an interesting moment to be in, right? When, you know, you have a project that is asking the right questions and you're just constantly trying to find those answers. And I think like that, you know, will continue to be very instrumental for you as you continue in your career. So thank you, Andrew, for your presentation, your enthusiasm, and actually, you know, how fun it was to have you in each desk grid.
Well, thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Andrew.
This is the moment for Caitlin. Caitlin, if you're ready, as soon as Andrew stops sharing his screen, you can start sharing yours.
Sorry, I'm trying. My Zoom window just disappeared.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that also happens to me. Yeah, that's
Great.
ready. All right, so Caitlin, it's on you.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be running just a video in the background for you guys to see my project, and then I'll turn the video back on for comments. So just some renderings will be scrolling while I share my screen. There we go.
So maybe for the reviewers, it would be nice if you turn on the speaker view so that you only see Caitlin's little box or thumbnail.
Do I need to change the setting? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm just saying to Barbara, Joyce, and Cisco.
All righty. Everyone see the screen all right?
Yes, go ahead, Caitlin.
All right, so, okay. This site is subdivided into 3 segments. That is to say 3 50-foot cubes. Each successive cube is a slightly diminished iteration of its precursor. Either mirrored or rotated, each cube is derived from the same 25 base pods. Shown here are several studies representing only a handful of the infinite number of potential combinations possible. The initial concept of solid versus void is examined in Cube 1, both in the relationship of apartment 1 and 2 wrapping around each other in a yin and yang fashion, as well as in the exterior shell, transitioning from mass to frame from one corner of the cube to its opposite. Cube 2 takes it a step further, with its 50% mass representing interior occupancy, while its void creates an exterior atrium. subdividing the two halves of the proposed communal library. This void, composed of the framework of the 12 pods, is then extracted, and what was void becomes mass once again with a third apartment, which we'll call an accessory dwelling unit. So this first cube faces the street and is set at 100% capacity, with all 25 of its pods being utilized for habitation, half allocated to apartment 1 and the other half to apartment 2. The bulk of the mass hugs the frontage of the lot facing 4th Street, reinforcing the idea of urbanity. The second cube is set at 50% density, and that 13 of its 25 pods have occupiable interior space, while the other 13's void create an exterior room. The third cube, loosely defined as such, is set to 25% density. It is more of a sculptural piece, set as an architectural folly against the backdrop of Comau Pocket Park. I'm going to fast forward to the annotated plans and then do a little annotating in my own. So here is Onion Street, I believe, and here is where there's public space that can travel in and around and through the pods. So when examining measures of discomfort, the design process essentially becomes a stress test. By applying pressure to normative ideas of inhabitation and circulation, one can test for breaking points, searching for structural defects in commonly held paradigms. How do you clear this screen? Sorry about that. In this particular project, the introduction of methods of contouring and mesh netting into a predominantly vertical space challenged the concept of historically horizontal habitation. Given that comfort is subjective and therefore difficult to universally define, the challenge of a designer is to decide whether to favor that which brings comfort to a single target audience or attempt to predict those factors which are most commonly shared among the majority of its occupants. To design a space that is both individual-centric and yet constrained by a modicum of standardization is a difficult balance to manage. Interspersed among the contours that make up the vertical circulation of the cubes, platforms have been introduced, serving both as midpoint transitional spaces as well as endpoint destination points. They serve as venues for sculptural standardized elements, injecting a small sense of normalcy and conformity into an otherwise anomalous interior. This project seeks to explore the many ways in which customization can intersect with regularity, familiarity, and ultimately with the rather ephemeral concept of comfort. Shown here is the entrance to the accessory dwelling unit. And here can be seen a vertical circulation path of the spiral of mesh netting for the communal library. And here's a glimpse into the habitation of the pods. The contouring strategy allows for total customization and fluidity of both spaces and functions. A structural analysis was done in which a model of the framework was constructed. Composed entirely of pin connections, the structure of the Voronoi was extremely stable. Studies are actually being conducted examining the efficacy of Voronoi structures as compared to more normative methods of construction. The exterior of the building. A cross-laminated timber is the proposed material for both walls and platforms. And then these individual pods are intended to be prefabricated and delivered on site to be fitted together like puzzle pieces. And this concludes my presentation, so I'm going to turn my video back on.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Caitlin, would you mind repeating your idea of comfort, discomfort? Sorry, I might have get lost looking at your beautiful images on the video.
No worries. Yeah, I can read that portion again.
Thank you. Did you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I hear a little bit far. I don't know. Did you ask me to reformulate the question?
No, I'm gonna read.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you well.
Okay, so I said
you.
when examining measures of discomfort, the design process essentially becomes a stress test. By applying pressure to normative ideas of inhabitation and circulation, one can test for breaking points, searching for structural defects in commonly held paradigms. In this particular project, the introduction of methods of contouring and mesh netting into a predominantly vertical space challenges the concept of historically horizontal habitation.
Thanks.
Caitlin, your Zoom window is covering up the
Yeah,
the
all
images.
your images.
There it is.
There we go.
I apologize. All I see is, I'll share one window instead of all of them.
Caitlin,
Yeah, I
could
think
you
if you have a window on top of Zoom, it comes across to us as a black square.
That's odd. Can you see it all right now?
Yes,
So,
that's better.
so Caitlin, the definition, the answer you just gave us is casting the idea of discomfort as non-normative. Do I understand that right? Like basically, because it's something that we are not used to, it is a condition of discomfort.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. So breaking out of that which is comfortable, introducing something new, sort of taking an extreme of discomfort to re-examine what we do know about comfort.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I believe that. I mean, I think that's convincing to me. The question I have is across time, which is something that was actually in the briefs. I don't know to what degree you engaged that, but you know, we've all experienced this where you come into an uncomfortable situation, you adapt to it as a person, right? Mm-hmm. So one question I have for you is, you know, if this were built today, I think the people who were experiencing it and living in it would in fact feel uncomfortable at first. You know, one of the interesting things about places where you live is you're there a lot, right? So I guess my question for you is, have you thought about, or can you speculate on how this notion of discomfort might evolve across time, both for the residents, but maybe the larger community or world as this architecture became more known or
Absolutely. I think that that's kind of the point. The fact that which is known right now is that which is comfortable. So that's what's created. But instead introducing new things. I do think comfort can be conditioned. I don't know if this level of extreme would ever become comfortable, but just questioning that notion of why does, you know, the more normative typical have to be what's comfortable. You know, we have this possibility to do total customization. Why not introduce it? Why not, you know, increase that familiarity until it is what is comfortable, and really kind of challenge people to, you know, embrace a new norm, a new level of comfort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a critique. I really like the thinking behind the project. There's certain conditions inherent in the geometry of the, I can't pronounce it, the Voronoi geometry, right? Like that is a way of dividing space, which is about having, you know, minimizing surface area from a certain point, right? You never have a space in this kind of thinking where one wall is very close to you and one wall is very distant, because it's created by establishing planes at the midpoints between these points that define the diagram. So there's something experiential inherent in that decision of the use of that kind of geometry that might also create certain conditions that exist throughout the project.
Well, I think what's also interesting about your project and your evaluation of comfort and discomfort, it's a beautiful project. I think the spaces are really beautiful, but you've taken great care in terms of material and light. And two things that I think can make a space feel very comfortable. What kind of light comes into that space, and you know, what do the materials feel like? Like by introducing wood, all of a sudden there's another thing. There's, you know, how it feels, temperature, all those kinds of things that contribute, in my opinion, to comfort of a space. So, well, formally, the spaces are not what we're used to. I think there are elements that you've added that start to give it features that we associate with comfort. I mean, to me, actually, the spaces look quite interesting and comfortable. So it's a really interesting process that you went through to get there. And I have to say, initially, when I was reading, I was looking at the drawings last night, and I was reading your drawings and getting a little confused and sort of trying to go through the process. And then I think your renderings obviously are very helpful and very successful, because I understand the spaces and occupying them. And yeah, Piergianna says there are a lot of stairs. I had a question about the netting. I wasn't quite following the netting.
Okay, let's see, maybe I could share.
Because you said something about the netting having to do with vertical circulation, or did I misunderstand?
I think there's a section that showed vertical circulation as well as the netting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go back to that so you can see it while I talk about it.
But you can occupy the net surface?
Yes, so the net serves as vertical circulation. So there are several projects out there that I kind of looked up and saw how they've utilized this netting in the same way you would see in like a kind of a kid's playground, so to speak, just as a means of a walkway. And so you would both walk on this net, which actually spirals around the cube and circulates through the pods to where the pod flooring is essentially the mesh netting. So it serves both as circulation and then also as points of arrival. You know, the library was chosen because it fit really nicely with just like laying out in a hammock, you know, just having books ready. Like, I don't know why all libraries aren't mesh nettings where you just lay in a hammock and read the book there. And then the netting goes both inside the spaces, and then it also interacts with that exterior atrium to where, you know, depending on the weather, depending on the day, you can lay inside or lay outside and just curl up and read a good book.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, you didn't clearly stated that your extra program and your extra room was actually a branch of the community library, but.
Okay.
And where is that room? Is it in this section?
Oh,
that's the bookshelves I'm seeing on the right-hand side.
Yeah. So also, I think there was a rendering as well.
Is it a singular space, or is it a surface that spans across, I assume, across multiple pods, right?
Yes, so it actually occupies all of cube number 2. I think there was there's a rendering of the space.
Yeah, this is it. You know, when you're going through your plans, there have been a number of Japanese houses that have a million levels, and when you look at your plans, you have no clue what is going. Like, you cannot understand anything. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I see. About the project, and yours has that same quality. I mean, it's just a mismatch between the conventions of plan cutting and the geometries you're working with. I think Robin Evans also makes this point, like, you know, that it's not coincidental that, you know, transverse and longitudinal sections and horizontal plans developed to describe essentially Beaux-Arts architectural forms, which are, you know, often have axial and cross-axial conditions. The geometry of the architecture has a relationship to the geometry of the projections used to describe it. So like those Japanese houses, it's impossible to understand your project from the plans.
Right. I think software has really evolved along with this new technology to where, you have virtual walkthroughs, which really can give you a pretty good rendering. It can put you inside of the space that you're creating, an experience.
What I miss, honestly, is the physical model, which is not, I realize that couldn't happen this semester, but that is an incredibly powerful, representation for these non-normative sorts of geometries as well.
Absolutely.
So I remember.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Barbara.
I want to congratulate with you with a very beautiful renderings and images. I think, as Joyce said, they are very explicative of the project. Maybe the drawings are not doing the same. So I would maybe, if you were to keep working on that, I would insist maybe on the 2D representation. I think also your starting point and initial third is also super interesting. But I'm wondering whether you're pushing to its extreme the idea of also unconventional spaces, because you're doing it formally, but perhaps you're not doing it so much in the interior spaces. Somehow all the floors or most of the floors are flat. There are not so many inclined surfaces. I'm sure you've looked at the cube houses in Rotterdam. I'm sure that Piergianna showed them to you. But I think you could have insisted a little bit more on this idea of uncomfortable spaces, like when the ceiling really like it's almost like touching your head, or there's like spaces that are almost unoccupiable. And it seems that from your images, your space is super comfortable, and it's like, I would love to be there. And I don't think I would have any issues on adapting like straight away. So maybe, yeah, thinking more on extreme conditions. And I think also the idea of the verticality that you are proposing could be pushed forward as well. Maybe it's not clear enough also because the side maybe extends more horizontally than vertically. So maybe you have like a limit height that doesn't really allow you to develop the system vertically, but perhaps in the sequences of the spaces, you could also insist on that idea.
Caitlin, could you go back to your very first slide that just showed the generation of the project? I think I was looking at your rendering video while you had that up.
This one?
No, before that. Was there one before that? Yeah, that one. That one. How did you, what was the thinking behind that first row where you were dividing it up into multiple pods? Was there
So our first project, or I should say our previous project, we were asked to subdivide a 50-foot cube, and we could choose any method we wanted. And I chose to explore a Voronoi method of subdivision. And so within that function in Grasshopper and Rhino, there's really an infinite number of ways to subdivide a cube. So you can subdivide it, from 1 to 1,000,000, but also there's different ways to subdivide it, even in those, say 1 to 100 different ways. You could, have type A, type B, type C.
Oh, I'm losing you.
Oh, can you not hear me? Sorry.
That's better.
So as I was saying, there's an infinite number of ways to subdivide the cube in addition to an infinite number of times to subdivide it. So it was carefully thought through in terms of like how many times to subdivide a 50-foot cube before the spaces that the pods themselves create become uninhabitable. So, and also trying to balance that with getting the number of functions required out of them. So that top row is really just about the number of subdivisions and as well as the type of shapes that start to take form as you subdivide it.
Right, because it seems like you had you were making sure that you turned corners with the 5-sided figure. Is that, or with each of the divisions, it looks like except when they got smaller on the, like on the fourth one, the far right, you were trying to make sure that you were always turning a corner and you weren't just dealing with the surfaces.
Right, right. And also just like in terms of like shape and aesthetics and functions, yeah, those were taken into consideration, and multiple different, you know, iterations were examined and, you know, tossed aside. So this
That's what I figured.
Caitlin, when you generated the 25 cube there, did you set those points that generated the shells, or were those randomly generated?
It's randomly generated, and I examined, you know, different types of random generations and ultimately landed on those.
I mean, one of the decisions it seems you made is you generated a organoid diagram that where all the cells are roughly the same scale. I don't know, in the 41 to the right, you know, you start to see some little pieces. Those might just be points of some of those polygons that are sticking out of the surface. I can't tell. But
right, yeah, so that's just like a corner of them. Okay. I did do some studies in scale and point attractions, but ultimately it resulted in a lot of wasted space and unusable pods. And perhaps that would be an interesting study, given, you know, what was mentioned previously about, you know, having more uncomfortable spaces. But ultimately I did decide on these ones that are roughly the same size, yes.
I'm just asking from the perspective of, you know, I didn't get a chance to really understand your plans as we went through, but how are you handling, like, do you have closets? Like, where do people store their laundry detergent? And like, do you have poche? Like, there's going to be a AC unit somewhere probably. Like, what do you, like, has that level of thinking infiltrated this architectural strategy?
So part of the contouring strategy really lends itself well to storage. There's a lot of opportunity in the stairs themselves, as well as the platforms, to really start to utilize storage space. There's also a very, you know, modern open plan where you might see just a closet as a decorative element, where it's just like a bar that, you know, contains your clothing, and it's on display for the world to see. This is very open. The idea of privacy is not really one that's been emphasized or really held as being very important in this particular project.
Yeah, you mentioned that when you talked about the floor plates, and I wanted to offer you one critique on that. I think Barbara mentioned the idea that, you know, maybe not every floor has to be horizontal. Like, it'd be interesting to generate a series of these shells where the floor plates had to be, or the bottoms of the three-dimensional polygons had to be within 15 degrees of flat. So they didn't have to be flat, but they might still be inhabitable. Absolutely. But also where in your scheme where they're not, like you do have places where there's a flat floor inserted. And I think you were saying there was a strategy about having these flat plates that then had a single piece of furniture or something else on them, which I like a lot. And you know, I would say that maybe you could design that insert plate to actually include to be the furniture itself. But for me, given the way you took it, I think I would, rather than taking those floors and embedding them completely into the shell, I might have held them back and made them not mass timber, made them thin plates. So you actually get the sense that it is in fact a tray that's sort of settled into the shell, but you get a little gap of light, or that's where the, you know, the air conditioning air comes out into the space. Somehow you take advantage of that instead of just slicing it and letting everything below it be unseen or unknown.
That's a nice idea, Cisco, because then you really understand the form of the pod itself. You start to see through that.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. The construction reminds me a little bit of like all the vacation house, you know, Buckminster Fuller geodesic domes that are built in various places, like this wooden sort of triangulated structure, and it works. It's intelligent. You know, you might not need the incredibly thick timber panels between the structure. Not that I mind them, but this would be a fascinating project to actually now go detail and try and figure out how you would literally build it, because I think inherent in the idea is a whole set of tectonic possibilities.
All right, so we need to wrap up. Caitlin. We still have 7 minutes for this first session to end. So, but I would just like to tell you, Caitlin, thanks again for your presentation, and thanks also for, like the rigor and, like the many times that I had to tell you, hey, tone it down, because you're going crazy with, all the superimposed lines, and, at a certain point where they didn't make sense, now they make sense. Now we want more crazy back. So it has always been this push and pull, to be honest, and to be honest also with the reviewers of how, like, what is the level of compromise between comfort and discomfort? And I think like that sort of tension that has been manifested in all of the students' work, in yours was particularly, more evident, if I may say. But, like, you always took it like very seriously to try to really understand how you could, control the geometry, that it was not something that you just, were given and then just started exploring, but actually how you started to actually design it and to use it to your own favor, which I think it has revealed very interesting moments of, who you are as a designer. So thank you, Caitlin, for that. I don't know if Barbara, Joyce, and Cisco, if you guys have like some general comments so that we can wrap up our session.
I love the topic. I mean, I think it's, this idea of discomfort is something that in various ways, in various degrees, I think as a species, you actually seek, right? Like sometimes, as a way of achieving an end, what is the sports thing? It's no pain, no gain, right? Like there is, but that exists way outside of sports, like there's whole kind of communities around, around being uncomfortable in various ways. But I think it is also something that we don't particularly acknowledge very well within the architectural world. Piergianna, you made a reference to, the values that are embedded in our building codes and other sorts of things. And you see it in, like in topics like accessibility and, universal design. It's a little hard to talk about it in a politically correct way. But, when you have a really long ramp in a building that is enabling, but it is also involves a level of discomfort because you walk, a quarter mile to get up 30 feet as opposed to walking up a few steps. And so I think one of the modes we tend to default to is this idea of optionality. This came up a little bit in Stefan's crit at the beginning. Like if I offer maximum choice, then everyone can find their place of comfort within a varied environment. It's sort of like a diversity idea of physical space, I guess. But one of the things I really enjoyed about these projects is they're very kind of particular takes on space making and creating environments that are in fact challenging in some very different ways. I mean, some were challenging in terms of geometry and spatial quality. Others were challenging in terms of navigation or understanding of a relationship between to the public spaces or semi-public spaces that existed within the projects. But it is a big topic, and maybe like I think, well, this is my opinion, but I think we tend to default to this sense that if we make everyone comfortable, that's a better condition, but we're constantly making people feel uncomfortable, often very specifically to achieve some end. I mean, I can remember, you all probably remember this better than me, like the first week of design studio you ever took, and you're like, what is going on? This is different than how I have dealt with, education in the past. And it, quickly becomes normative for you, but like those kind of modes of resetting your understanding of the world, or what is a good way to exist within a particular place or social situation, really depends on moments of discomfort to evolve or to change in any way. And as we know, socially and equity wise, that being uncomfortable is part of change. And so I'm going to stop there because I can either get myself in trouble or start babbling into nonsense.
Barbara, go ahead.
No, please.
No, go.
I share the same that Francisco just said. I think the topic is really fantastic. And I think it's also very interesting, again, like how each of the students approached it somehow in a different way. I would suggest that to the students even to challenge yourself more and to be even more critical with a brief, and to experiment even more on the idea of what is comfortable and what is uncomfortable. Because I have to say that most of the things that you propose, somehow I would say they are still very conventional. So, but the way you recompose them makes them unconventional and uncomfortable. But keep working with this idea in general, like in architecture, to challenge any of these aspects to the maximum extreme. Like, don't be scared of proposing crazy things, even if they're like unconventionality and uncomfortable thing. Like, always produces a thing, super interesting things, even if they result into being something that is more conventional and and comfortable at the end. But thank you for inviting me, first of all.
Of course.
Yeah, I echo, I know I have 2 seconds, but I echo the other comments. I think, I think students and Piergianna, all of you, really, it's a great vertical studio. As Cisco said, you were introduced to space making, all kinds of basic formal exercises, but also, going far beyond that. And given the times that we're living in, I've often, I've been on several reviews of your studio this semester, and I often lately have been thinking about this idea of comfort and discomfort because of seeing what you guys are doing, but also given the situation that we're in right now and what is making it uncomfortable for me, what is making it comfortable, how you exist in the world. And I think I would just say you've learned so much this semester. I remember the first project you guys did when I was on that review. Just remember, when you're in a studio that maybe doesn't pose these questions for you, and the project's presented in a more normative way, to challenge yourself and write questions for yourself to help you discover something, and not just kind of go along with what the norm is. Because you've learned so much this semester in this studio that you want to make sure you take all of that with you. But Piergianna, congratulations to you. I mean, really fantastic studio.
Well, thank you so much, Joyce. And I know that, we have invited you too much. You might be tired of us.
No, I love being on your reviews.
He's comfortable with it.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, that's great. That's great to know. Well, thank you, Barbara, Joyce, and Cisco for being with us this morning. This concludes our first session. Barbara, you're going to join us again for the second session. So we're going to have a 30-minute break. So we should resume again at 1:30. Yeah, right?
12:30.
12:30.
12:30.
Yeah,
Yeah. So thank you very much. Thanks for the students. Students, this is also your moment to get some round of applause. And well, here.
Yeah, let's try this.
And so you can also take your 3rd-minute break, and see you again in half an hour. Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, good. All right, so welcome to the Measures of Discomfort studio. This studio examines how architecture has dealt with the question of comfort, and how in turn comfort has shaped architectural thinking and practice. So the goal is to re-examine the tacit authority found in the codes, standards, and dimensions where comfort is typically thought to be found. So whether through the record of use, function, program, experience, performance, ergonomics, or scale, the production of comfort has relied on concrete knowledge and latent imagination of how one would live comfortably. But comfort also governs an unknowable universe of everyday experience that remains outside of the designer's direct control. So if a lot of architecture's meaning is made not in drawings, but in the complex world of how architecture is inhabited, consumed, used, lived, or experienced, that world is at once fundamental and strangely underexplored. So under this premise, this studio expands on how comfort can be a critical tool for architectural invention. So the studio is therefore guided by the following questions. How do we situate comfort within the realms of use, standardization, building technologies, economies of scale, and the human body? Can a study about discomfort instead of comfort foster new spatial possibilities? And can design work to preserve spaces for endurance and not just dullness? And finally, what if design made peace with the strange, the abnormal, and the uncomfortable? In theorizing design as the interface that provides a space for irrational resistance to the mechanisms that condition bodily experience and that perpetuates complicity with capitalist market forces that more often than not remain unquestioned, the studio seeks to uncover the physical, psychological, and political dangers of becoming comfortably numb. So for our guest reviewers, Barbara was already being introduced to what a vertical studio is, but for you, Claire, this studio is a vertical studio, which means that the sequence has been designed for graduate students that are pursuing their first professional degree in architecture. This is one of 4 design studios that combine students of different degrees and backgrounds in design, like with background or without, and with different drawing experience. So the problems of this sort of studios, of vertical studios, are set in order to maximize opportunities for learning, skill acquisition, and idea dissemination at all levels, from beginning to intermediate, allowing students to progress at their own rate. So the topics of the vertical studios are coordinated in content and timing and cover essential concerns and techniques of architectural design. So our studio and well, all vertical studios actually just follow a metaphorical device called the 4 streams model that has allowed both faculty and students to track the degree of emphasis that has been accorded to 4 broad aspects of architectural design. So in our case, the studio emphasis has been given to ordering systems, human factors, and to a much lesser degree to construction. So this is a graduate student. And again, my students have both background and no background in architectural design. So the topic of today's review is assignment number 3, which has been named 1 house, 2 houses, 3 houses. The studio produced 3 assignments throughout the semester, and the conclusion is this final assignment. So this 3rd assignment has asked the students to design a building that hosts 3 residential units, and the reimagining of domestic space through a reconceptualization of comfort that challenges our preconceptions when addressing the design of a house. So this way of operating puts into question issues of standardization, social conventions, and pre-existing notions of what a comfortable dwelling is. So in the end, I've just asked the students to, well, make a building that hosts 3 or more residential units, a large room open to the neighborhood public, and a yard space that needs to conform to the site. The program is, again, 3 or more residential units, each of which hosts a family or other social unit of 2 to 5 individuals. Students may maintain the traditional boundaries of a housing unit or break them apart to question social thresholds and levels of comfort. So the qualities and role of the housing unit needs to be clearly defined. So that's what the students need to be doing today. Then the program is a single, also asks of the students to produce a single public room that is open to the wider neighborhood. So possible examples vary from, a rehearsal room to a working space, something that just relates to the neighborhood more broadly. And each student have determined this used individually. It could be flexible as a generic room or very highly specific. And the relationship of this larger room to the residential units also needs to be clearly defined. And it's authored by each student individually. Also, some amount of yard space has to be defined by each student, either as private to each unit or shared across the units. Or again, it could also be part of the communal room. The site is a fictionalized but typical condition in Austin. In this case, is inspired by a real site in East Austin, which is a parcel in East 4th Street and Onion Street. East Austin is a very diverse area where early 1900 bungalows give way to modern condos. So students may choose to take on the specific geographic and social context of East Austin or leave it generic as local to Austin more broadly. So this is our site. This is 4th Street, this is Onion Street, and our site is this parcel over here in this corner. Over here, there is Comal Pocket Park, but again, we didn't emphasize that much the context. We're just trying to introduce context as a motivation to further enhance that programmatic requirements of that public room. So that's it from my end. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I just wanna introduce our guest reviewers. Barbara, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna repeat again your introduction for the new reviewers that have joined us. We're joined today by Barbara Materia, who is an adjunct professor, assistant professor at UIC School of Architecture. Barbara is an independent architect that has worked between Italy, the US, and the Netherlands. Her experience spans from urban and architectural projects to curatorial and exhibition design. After collaborating with Monadnock in the Netherlands, she joined the OMA AMO office in Rotterdam, where she was a project leader and responsible for the Monditalia Pavilion at the 14th Venice Architecture Biennale that was curated by Rein Koolhaas. She recently designed with UNA, the traveling exhibition partners in design, Alfred Barr and Philip Johnson at the Kunsthal Museum in Bielefeld, Germany. Barbara is currently the visiting scholar at the School of Architecture at UIC, Chicago, Illinois. We're also joined during our second session by Claire Van Montfront. Sorry if I'm butchering your last name.
Oh, that was great.
Okay, good. She's a designer, artist, and educator, and she's the co-founder of 2+ Collaborative. She, as I said, is a designer, artist, and educator, and she's based in Austin. She works with Mel Lawrence Architects as a designer and manager of projects in the public realm. In 2017, she co-founded 2+ Collaborative with Elizabeth Farrell, a design collaborative exploring the space between art and architecture in public places. 2+ invites human interaction and reframes everyday experiences through material-driven interventions across scales, from furniture to public art to buildings. Previously, she has worked with both architecture and landscape architecture firms in Texas and Virginia. So she holds an MArch from the University of Texas at Austin, so welcome back, and a Bachelor of Science in Architecture from the University of Virginia. And from our own School of Architecture, we're joined by Danelle Briscoe. She's an associate professor in architecture at our School of Architecture here at UT Austin, and by Fernando Lara, who's the professor and director of the graduate program in architectural history, also here at the School of Architecture at UT Austin. So welcome everyone, welcome back to the students. This is it from my end. I'm just gonna leave the floor, well, the screen to Brittany. Brittany, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this. The logistics of today's presentation, students are gonna be sharing their screen and going through their presentation. I have shared with you reviewers a link to a box folder where you can find both the presentations that the students have been using and a booklet that contains the same work, but in a different format. So, well, thank you again. And Brittany, this is all yours. I forgot to ask if there were questions, sorry.
Oh, wait.
Share computers. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, cool. So I'm Brittany, hi. And for my project, I investigated the definition of intimacy as it pertains to domestic space, specifically its definition of a close association with, detailed knowledge of, or deep understanding of a place. So I wondered what an intimate space is, what it isn't, and why this is so. And I aimed to challenge our understanding of domestic space because there's a certain comfort in the familiar and in the intimacy of space. Oops. Okay. And so from there, I began to identify what an intimate space looks like. And I concluded that it looks happy, bright, lively, familiar as we know it. Whereas the inverse, the opposite of an intimate space, which is an unintimate space, is the opposite of these spaces. So when they're abandoned and devoid of life. And I took this as inspiration for my project, and from there explored what familiar looks like in domestic space in terms of geometry, which traditionally means right angles. So thus I concluded that the unfamiliar equates to any angle that is not a right angle. And from there, the intention became to make the most used spaces in a dwelling the least familiar and thus familiarizing the unfamiliar. And from here, I chose 3 angles to do this, which are 30, 45, and 60. And I chose these because they're most visually different from 90 degrees and spatially produce the most variation from 90 degrees. And from this, I began with a base plan that allowed me to allocate the minimum amount of square feet per space as prescribed by user type, which I'll touch on later. And here we have the loner base plan who spends little time in their kitchen or their living room, but rather spends the most time in their bedroom or their office space, maybe with their dog. So really this is for me. And from here, I established a ceiling condition from which I gathered a set of projection lines that created a new set as well, as you can see here. And I always followed the 30, 45, 60 rule that I set for myself. And from those projection lines, I extruded them downward, creating the vertical space, which further allowed me to control the size of each room accordingly. And when I was arranging the units on the site, I opted to align the threshold between the unfamiliar and the unfamiliar of each, which also further kind of emphasizes that unfamiliar space because the familiar space gets hidden. And here you can see another guiding principle for the arrangement of the units was that I wanted it to create a sort of sorry, I got a little lost. I always forget this word. I'm so sorry.
Datum.
A datum, yes. A datum and give hierarchy again to the unfamiliar space. And here you see an exploded ISO of my units. I was largely influenced by Jennifer Bonner's House of Gables, and using that as precedent, I chose CLT construction for the form. And underneath the units, I employed a Dempau facade system that appears to be as translucent as possible. It makes the units seem as if they're floating above. And then I also employed red metal siding throughout the whole form. And here we can see how the facade may begin to come together. And touching back on the units on the site, I distributed them evenly so that I would get the same amount of private space towards the back, next to like 4th Street, and then the same amount of public space on the front near Union Street. And here you can see the allocation of that private and public exterior space. And following up with that, on the first floor, I have a private roastery, a cafe, and a public roastery. And as you can see over here, this is kind of like a hangout spot where people who live in the units can hang out, or they can like even congregate with people in the public over here. And then looking at floor 2, we have units 1, 2, and 3. And beginning with the first unit, this is the smallest of the units. This is the one that's geared more towards someone who has little social interaction and is more by themselves. And so therefore they use their bedroom and their office the most. And here we see it in section, and you can see how the angles are geared towards the bedroom and the office area, which is right over here. And in addition to the space above, there's also a sort of hangout room below the units that is completely defined by the angles that have been reflected from the negative space of the unit above it. And following up with the second unit, this one has more public space because I picture either 2 people living here and having more of a social interaction. And so in this unit, the treatment of the angles gets placed more so on the family room and the kitchen. And then we also have a bigger space below where people can entertain further. And finally, the third unit, this is has the most space because it has the most entertainment room. And then this one has that space below as well. And then in this one, you can see how the angles get a little bit more defined and they're more extreme. And here you can see the units all in elevation. They begin to appear as one solid unit, and they also appear to be floating above. And then here we see it on the site. And finally, looking at the interiors, we come full circle because here we can see that the least used spaces are devoid of life, yet they are the most familiar visually and geometrically. And the most used spaces become the least familiar, but this time they'll be the new familiar, and in effect they create intimate space. Through these images, we can further see how the use of these angles gather space and people, again creating intimate space. And then here we have an image of the below space of the first unit and the public roastery, the family room of the second unit, the below space of the second unit, the cafe, the bedroom of the third, the family room of the third, the below space of the third, and finally the private roastery. And that's it.
Thank you, Brittany.
Brittany, may I ask you a question? Following which parameters some of the walls in plans are rotated either 30, 60, or whatever angle? Because I noticed that some keep on being straight, so just wanted to understand what's the logic behind it.
One second, my audio is like being. Okay, I think it's good. Okay, I can hear now.
Okay, so my question was which parameters you used or you assigned to the walls to be rotated in an angle in plan, because I noticed that some of the walls are keep on being straight, and you applied mostly the rule of the rotation in section. But I did see that there are some rotational moments also in plan. So I was wondering why certain walls remained at a 90-degree angle.
Yes, so I kept the 90-degree angle for the spaces that were least used. So like in unit 3, if I go back here. So for this unit, the least use spaces keep the most 90 degrees. And so I wanted to use the projection of the ceiling condition to kind of manipulate the walls to be angled closer to the most use spaces.
So basically, she always keeps, the 90-degree walls where the spaces are familiar or, standard in a way, versus the ones that she's trying to manipulate as being unfamiliar is when she starts to, change them. So it is actually just, Brittany's perception of what is familiar in her project and what becomes unfamiliar.
Okay, but I see that sometimes is a bedroom, some other times is a toilet or restroom.
Mm-hmm.
So why in some units is the bathroom and the bedroom, and in some others not?
It was partially out of trying to merge the unfamiliar and the familiar space. So like in this plan, the bathroom gets that treatment because it's kind of like moving towards that unfamiliar space, but then also it was mainly because that's what the roof kind of dictated. Yeah.
Okay, because I think in general it's a very nice project, and also the representation is really beautiful. Yeah, I'm just disappointed a little bit. I got lost because it's kind of hard to follow a precise rule. So I think there are too many exceptions that you're making within the rules that you set up. So, and I think what you did and that I really like, and you improve much more from a Jennifer Bonner project, that you really use the section in all the ways, so also in the floor. And I think this is really a wonderful move that you made. I really like it. And I think it's super, I think what your proposal works very well in section. I think in plan, you could have maybe pushed a little bit forward this idea and not, to make it really in both ways. Almost like reading the plan as a section and the other way around.
Got it.
Would have been fantastic.
I think too, another sort of variation, I would agree with Barbara that the section is far more compelling to me than your plans. And I think I would almost like to see it push in the opposite direction, where your walls and plan have no angles and you're doing all the sort of unfamiliarizing of space sectionally in the floor and the ceiling, and just taking that as far as you can. Because where I get a little bit lost is in the sort of three-dimensional molding of these rooms. Like I think in the section that we're looking at now, the reading of that, you have the datum of the ground floor, which is totally flat. You have the familiar space on the right, which is totally flat. And that's, your orientation to the horizon. It's like very grounding and familiar. And I think then it starts to dissolve and break up when you get into the sort of what you're categorizing as less familiar spaces. And I think that's working really well. The question I have for you is, what is the role of familiarity from the exterior? So we talked a lot about like the interior role of angles and how you were making rules for that, but I was curious to know sort of, what tell me about the familiarity or unfamiliarity of the exterior.
Well, the familiarity came from the material kind of application, being that like red, like siding type of thing. And then also having it kind of be this object in a field and like creating that datum where it's like framing the sky and it just looks like this linear bar on the bottom even, but then your eye gets drawn to the roof and you're like, oh wait, like that's not right. Like, and even also I wanted to emphasize kind of the unfamiliarity by the placement of the windows. One of my professors commented, she was like, that's such an unusual place to put the window, I just want to move it. So that's kind of, I played with the way the facade looked to kind of play with that familiarity and unfamiliarity.
Yeah, I think when I look at this, I want the narrative to be a little bit more surprising or about discovery. Like, I think there's so much going on in the building facade that, and you've developed the interior so richly that I think if your exterior form had been more subdued and it was all about sort of crafting this unfamiliar interior experience that was very three-dimensional and sectional, and you know, I think what I'm looking at now is the view from Onion, right? Like looking at the public space in the front, and like, how does that what is the role of that public space in your project, and is it familiar or unfamiliar, and how are you shaping and designing that as a part of the narrative is the question that I had.
Got it. Yeah, I guess that's a part of my project that was a little bit underdeveloped. I initially planned on working with the ground plane and manipulating it to kind of tie it back into the units, but I didn't quite get there.
Brittany, I think that's one of the key points of your project, if I may. Your project seems to me a very good spatial manipulation. I think you did some very smart moves. I like the idea of questioning our social construct of order with the 90-degree angles, right? There is order on orthogonality, but there's order also on anything else. You can do order with circles, with triangles, with parallelograms, everything. So I think there's an investigation there that is pretty interesting. But your project is still very comfortable. It's still very comfortable. It reminds me a lot of Frank Gehry's museums, in which the walls are perfectly white and orthogonal for the display of conventional art, and all the movement is on the ceilings and the forms above. So in that sense, you created all this variation just for the eye to wander above a little bit if you happen to look up. I would really love to see the discomfort on the ground plane, because it's really discomfortable to have any incline on the floor and on the walls. I mean, I think the fact that you have conventional windows is a major flag for me, because you have tremendous opportunities under your own logic to just, you know, like I'm trying to do with my hands here, just shift the walls, just break the walls a little bit under your own logic and open up for light and ventilation with following the same geometry rules that you established for the partitions and for the ceilings. So there's an investigation there that I think has started, but can be more, I don't know, more blatant, more, you know, be bold. You can do it.
Yeah. I would agree that the ground plane needs the same sort of attention and desire for intimacy that you give to those interior spaces. I think that your definition of intimacy relies on the singularity of the demographic of each unit, that you're saying this type of person only likes to be in their bedroom, and so unfamiliarity is only in that particular place. But being that it's has an urban context somewhat, and you've even addressed it with those outdoor spaces that are amenities to the street or to the people living there at the units, I think that there's a community aspect or even a collective approach to intimacy that you could be addressing at the ground plane in the open air space, and maybe even how you address the placement of those bars. I feel like the way that you allow yourself to jump from the 0 and 90 restrictions that we seem to place on ourselves don't fall outside of a very strict allocation. And so I would have encouraged you to maybe shift the landscape, shift the ground plane, think about the negative spaces in the same way that you think about those pocket interiors, because I do think you are able to achieve a secondary element of intimacy based on those moves, the sort of stepping down into these unexpected truly intimate spaces are an outcome of your first shifting of a wall plane, a simple thing that then had a consequence. And so I would hope that some of the tertiary consequences of that initiating move would have spilled out more.
Me too.
Okay. So maybe you just need to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brittany, so we ran out of time, but I have to say, like, this has always been, you know, our play, or maybe also as a clarification for our reviewers, like, and maybe even for myself, right? Like, how much were we willing to push the idea of discomfort, and also in what ways were we being extremely pragmatic or not so much? So I mean, I think like that you, Brittany, were like the exemplary model of that, right? In which, you know, there were like this crazy radical ideas that later were started to get tamed. But I think that in the end, you have indeed created like this magnificent moments, and actually the person in the studio that was able to always inhabit the negative space in the most productive ways, right? Like, you embraced discomfort since the beginning, right? Like, you were like, yeah, I can make a lot of crawl space. I like crawling around, right? Like, I have a poodle, and, you know, like, I just wanted to walk around freely. So I think like all of those things are extremely, you know, great, and motivations that are extremely interesting. You know, you were the only one that never confirmed to, you know, like one idea of what space could be, and, you know, always challenge yourself to do so. And so for me, it has been a pleasure, right, to see you progress and see how your work has developed throughout the semester. So anyways, congratulations, and thanks for your presentation. The clarity of the presentation was great. And I think, like, you know, this has been also something that you have grown a lot throughout the semester.
Thank you.
So thank you, Brittany. Thanks for the reviewers. Those are great comments. If that's okay, maybe we can go on to Nick Fox. So Nick, if you're ready, you can start sharing your screen.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So hello, my name is Nick. So my project is designed on the basis that comfort is generated by measures of intimacy and control. Together, these two factors exert considerable influence over the established hierarchy of social power as they relate to specific spatial conditions and sequences. The intimacy or privacy of a space is directly influenced by its relationship to factors that are not completely in the control of the occupants. These factors include unexpected perspectival exchanges between rooms or units, spatial transparency, and concealment. The visibility of a space can profoundly alter the perceived privacy of that space, beckoning an architecture that does not respect normative boundaries and begins to reevaluate what is considered public and private. In this way, the architecture is not simply a platform that accommodates a viewing subject, but rather a viewing mechanism that produces the subject both framing and preceding its occupants, whether they are actively aware of it or not. It becomes a mechanism where the subject and the viewer are constantly in shift and not always reciprocated. All right, so diving right into sort of the formal transformations, the initial form of the building began as a 50 by 50 cube that then underwent a continuous process of transformations towards developing a variety of planar types that composed what I considered interesting spatial transitions and experiences through surface. Following the culmination of these transformations, I took a series of sections that would develop into a strategy of subdividing the cube into multi-story units. Here we can see. So from the whole, the cube was divided into two distinct sectional moments that resulted in 3 different sized pieces. And from there, the 2 end pieces were rotated 180 degrees to sort of distribute the curvilinear planar forms to the upper levels rather than them all being on the ground level. And so this sort of translates into my site strategy. So here we have the site plan design or aligned with a site elevation that describes the proportions by which the pieces are placed on the given site. So proportionally, the width of the units and their spacing relate back to the 50 by 50 cube, with the largest unit B1 right here being 25 feet wide, and units A1 and A2 on either end being 12.5 wide, so half of B1. And the green space in between units B1 and A2 sort of harkening back to the complete 50 by 50 cubic volume. So the curvilinear plane that you can see running through the site acts as a ground plane, which was extruded from a planar relationship between the ground floors of units A1 and B1, and used as a sort of equalizer between all three units in an effort to ground them as sort of a single idea. So moving into plans, here we can see the ground plans of all three units and the topography that unifies them at this level. As we go through the plans, you'll see that the curvilinear form that makes up the ground plane is reciprocated in the upper levels. So moving up a level, we can see the first floors of each unit with units A1 and A2 being addressed in very similar ways with a defined slot condition that serves circulatory needs here and here. Into an excavated space that contains typically the more public programs such as living, dining, and kitchen spaces. And unit B1 in the middle is a bit different than A1 or A2, as it features a large curvilinear ramp that mediates between the dining room or dining area and kitchen below and the bedroom above. And so this difference in floor height between rooms paired with a non-opaque partition in the bedroom allows for an intrusive visual relationship between these two spaces. So moving up a floor, we can now see the incline leading up to the bedroom and bathroom above the excavated space in unit 1A, and the bottom of the incline in unit A2, along with the excavated space beneath the incline where the bathroom is. Note that the plans for unit B1 remain the same because it's a double volume. So moving on, we can see the relationship between units A1 and B1, where the roof of A1 connects to unit B1, or I'm sorry, the roof of A1 connects to unit B1. And meanwhile, we can see the full plan of the incline of unit A2, where you enter at the top of the incline and descend into the space. And here we can see the roof plans with each roof acting as a sort of overlook terrace, looks over the site into the spaces below. And lastly, here's sort of a collection of abstracted plans that just sort of demonstrate the degree of enclosure or lack thereof in each space. So with the darkest being the only opaque walls, everything else being either glass or open. So moving on to section, we can see the relationship between the floor slabs that are slightly staggered to help facilitate visual connections between units. So you can sort of see this here. It kind of realigns itself at roof level, but these two are staggered across the green space. We can also see the entrance sequence from the green space that goes underneath unit B1 and into this sort of alley between these two close units. So structurally, the building employs several systems, including a shear wall system, a columnar system, and a brace frame that supports a mesh curtain that drapes in front of units B1 and B2. So the curtain is shear. It's sort of like a lightweight structural chainmail that was sort of employed to formally disguise the additive external staircases of those units. And it also contributes an interesting layer of obscurity regarding sort of visual connections between inhabitants and passerbys in the interior and exterior. And so this material was introduced into the interior as well in the form of curtains for this very reason. And so sectionally, we can see that the relationship between the load-bearing wall system with the columnar system in terms of vertical weight distribution. To the right, we can see a detailed drawing that discloses the connections between the curvilinear I-beams that run the length of the building and to distribute the load to the shear walls at either end of the columns. And the columns. And here we can see a little diagram, a three-dimensional diagram that describes the visual framing from various rooms and spaces that facilitate sort of these voyeuristic moments. And in this way, we can sort of begin to see how the privacy and comfort of a space is visually invaded from the exterior and interior, as well as between units. I don't know if you can see, they're sort of difficult to see, but sort of these little sight lines sort of here between units and between exterior and interior. And I'll leave you with this rendering. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
So I think there's something really theatrical about the project and the building that you've made. And I think your presentation would have been helped by showing us the axon view first while you were talking about your main ideas, because it took me a while. Like, there's a lot going on and it's pretty complex. So it took me like almost till the end to kind of have a full visual in my mind of what your project was and was trying to do. Can you talk a little bit about the role of control that you mentioned and how it's operating in your building?
Right. So the control kind of comes in the interior with the curtains. I'll kind of go back to the plans. Yep. So here we can see sort of these moments where we have these curtains that are sort of operable by the occupants and sort of being an inherently sheer material kind of also allows light into these spaces, but also sort of let any sort of visual like sight lines like between what's supposed to be private and what's supposed to be public. And so that's sort of me implementing sort of an element of control for the occupants to sort of get the illusion of control, I suppose. I don't know if I answered your question.
Nicholas, can you tell me more about the control and the illusion of control? Because I thought when you were presenting that what was discomforting in your project was the lack of privacy, that everybody that lived there was subjected to this voyeurism that you described in your presentation. Then you introduce the curtains and you tell us that there's an illusion of control. So I think there's a thesis there that is not yet coming through in your presentation nor in your drawings. So can you tell us more about that?
Yes, I mean, I suppose sort of the main idea of the project, how should I say? I suppose the element of control sort of came in as a secondary thing. So it's sort of, I feel like it's sort of underdeveloped in that sense. But for sure, the voyeuristic sort of overtones with being able to see people leave and enter at all times is sort of was the main idea until control was introduced. So that's probably why it seems.
Yeah, own it. You got to own it. I think you could have gone a lot further. Like I was waiting for you to talk about the nightlife of this project, because I think the role of the curtain when it's chainmail or some sort of semi-transparent movable surface, like there's a whole theater of night where the inside is glowing and you can mostly see through those things. So that is potentially the illusion of control that you're trying to talk about. But I think the big disservice that you did to yourself is not showing us any kind of perspectives. And I think if we were all in the same room in a physical space, there would be a physical model and I would just be like eating it up, trying to figure out what it feels like to be in your building. But I don't know, like, I love the axon where you're pointing from person to person and saying these people can like see each other, and but then I want the like tiny thumbnail vignettes of like the curtain is open, the curtain is closed, both curtains are closed, both curtains are open. It's nighttime, it's daytime. Like, how does it shift throughout the day, and what does that feel like? Like, what is the range? Because I think like there is a depth to what you're talking about and to the spatial layering that you've created, but you're not showing it to me, and I want to see it instead of just imagining it in my mind.
No, I think that's a totally valid point. I think sort of the element of time is something I kind of did overlook, and I think that's extremely important and interesting to this project. So I appreciate that.
Danielle, you're muted.
I forget to unmute myself. I would like to see the transition from the initial diagram studies, which I was really following in the visual, to say then the jump or leap into unit A, B, 1, you know, the sequence that it transitioned to was quite abrupt, something of just orthographic view plans that I think didn't show us the logic or meaning of the consequences of what spaces were created by what you were doing stereotomically. I didn't see what was, what these three separated pieces suddenly gave us that would be better than them just being even closer together. I don't know the reasoning behind why they're spaced just so, why this one is off on its own further away with the courtyard space in the center. So the sort of metric of how you lay these out, I'm still unclear of. But I do think that to me the detailing of the curtains is your strong point, and there's a lot of interesting things that you're doing to the interior. Some somewhat illogical when I see sort of one staircase right next to the other. In one case, I just don't seem to get the understanding of that immediately. So I think you should maybe reflect on the relationship of the three parts a bit more now that you've spent so much time, in my mind, working through the interiors with great detail.
Question, you might have mentioned it, but I might have missed it. What is the public open room in your project?
So it was sort of the green space in the sense that it's sort of an enclosed space by the buildings, but also its adjacency and sort of relationship to Onion Street. So it sort of becomes this like public space where people can kind of just breeze in and breeze out because of the slope.
And I wanted to, oh, sorry, please go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll circle back around.
No, I was arriving, actually, I really wanted to get to this point because also in connection to what Danielle said before, I think the tension between the volumes is not enough because you're just leaving this big void in the middle of the two blocks, but you're not designing it. Like, I mean, it's clear that is part of your conceptual idea, that is your additional room, but you're not designing it. It seems like a leftover. So I think this is really like a big missed opportunity for your project, because it's really like all the level of transparency are there maximized because you don't have any filters. But there are many ways anyway to add these additional filters, like with trees, with, I don't know, some kind of like boundaries, something like, I don't know, architectural objects, more at the landscape scale. And also the fact that you're using as a sheer element the stairs, but you place only a stair there, like a fire escape stair, and not designing that element. I think this is also a missed opportunity. Like the two blocks are interacting on one side with the facade of the smaller blocks, but on the other side with this sort of like fire escape stair. But I don't think it's enough. I mean, you could have played a lot with that. And maybe also like with the facade, with the external facade, like Shigeru Ban did an entire house that is just like concrete slab without any kind of like solid facade. It's just like enclosed by a curtain. Maybe insist on this idea of on how to use the curtain as a filter, not only in the interior spaces, but also on the outside, could have give more emphasis on the idea of the filtering and creating intimacy with an architectural element that is so ephemeral that, but anyway, that it creates a boundary, creates a limit.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think the middle space in your project needs a lot of work, and I get that, you know, you have a limited amount of time. But I think even just for me, like looking at the diagram of your project, like flipping the relationship of the skinny volume so that the stairs and curtains face each other, like I would put a community theater, an outdoor community theater in there, have curtains go all the way around, fill it with scaffolding, like make it occupiable. I don't know, like use the void to enhance and increase your narrative and strengthen your idea, because I think right now it's very much just reading as like an empty space and not necessarily one that I would want to go to as a member of the public. Like, I think that's the other part. Like you mentioned in your presentation, this tension between public and private. And to me, that space in the middle sort of screams like, I belong to these buildings. I'm for the people who live here, which might be the case, and then push on that. But right now it's just very much open to the street. So I feel like it's sort of in between. It's not doing either one necessarily. And I think that could have tied your buildings together. Either that, or the building should have just stayed one building, and then it's all about these crazy, you know, inter-building relationships as more of a condensed thing with some space around it, rather than like, you've claimed this space, now I want you to do something with it.
I think an easy move to achieve that, following Claire's suggestion on having like an open air theater and using scaffoldings. The Teatro Officina by Lina Bobardi is just like a very stretched and long room with scaffoldings around. So perhaps if you would flip the other stairs of the slim block towards the inside of the garden, then it will make sense that these also, like the stair space, becomes part of the public room.
All right. Nick, I just wanted to also maybe bring into consideration the aspect of representation, right? Like you talk about control, you talk about, you know, perspectival views, and, you know, how they could be used to maximize those moments of friction between, you know, diverse publics, and also between the inhabitants of your units. So I'm just also curious, like, if there was a way in which your project could also benefit itself from from other types of representation. For example, like something that was brought up during our penultimate review was this idea that an axonometric drawing flattens your curvatures, right? So I kept asking, or like maybe encouraging you to maybe reflect more on your perspectives, right? Like, so sectional perspectives that could allow also for the framing devices that you have created or that you alluded to, in order to reveal those conditions, like as Claire was mentioning before, like we want to see those moments. So also, you know, as you continue to go on your education, like also understand like the role of representation as ways that it's not about presenting the work, but that it will allow you to think as well, right? So instruments for thought that, you know, are not only mechanisms for presentation or to sell an idea, it's also for allowing you to see what you are creating, right? So in the same way as, you know, sometimes you guys are navigating around your Rhino model and, you know, looking and finding interesting moments within that. Those are moments that allow you to perceive differently, right? Things that otherwise in a plan or in another orthogonal projection wouldn't be so obvious to you or for others, right? So in that way, really seriously think about, you know, the use of representation as a mechanism for thought, right? So maybe also because Cisco was constantly going back or referring to Robin Evans and, you know, the projective cast and all of that. So, you know, you have this fascination with voyeurism, the ways of seeing the world. So I think like I would encourage you also to maybe think about the history of representation in that way, right? Like how the creation of a subject happens in, you know, a central perspective versus a two-point perspective versus, you know, various forms of, you know, looking at an object with various perspectival modes. So that could be very interesting too, as you move on with your education, as you progress as a designer. But thanks, Nick. This has been great. There are many interesting things about your project, and I wish, you know, we could have had even more time to further explore those and, you know, resolve them to a better degree. But we are constantly rushing, and I know that it's unfair to, you know, just say like, well, this is done, just present and buy. I just wish like you could continue, you know, developing your project. I really wish so. So thank you, Danielle, Claire, Barbara, and Fernando for your comments. They were extremely helpful, not only for Nick, but also for myself. So thank you very much, Nick. So let's give the floor now to Bella. Bella, are you ready for your presentation? Hi, Bella.
Hi.
So we're ready when you are.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Bella Chow, and this is my project. So I started with defining what comfort meant to me. So comfort is defined as a state of physical ease and freedom from pain or constraint, while discomfort is defined as slight pain, a sense of unease, worry, or embarrassment, something that makes a person feel physically uncomfortable. Levels of physical discomfort are easily defined, but the layers of psychological discomfort that augment these feelings are more varied and harder to define. One of the most prevalent psychological discomforts in the built environment is the idea of privacy in the domestic sphere. In this project, no subunit is truly private. Layers of opacity loosely define public spaces from private, allowing views into each subunit from within the unit and from other units. Each subunit is comfortable in the physical measurement of space, but is extremely uncomfortable with the blurring of privacy. And so this first diagram shows my room taxonomy, where I explored the concept of subdivision without the use of partitions. So I started by excavating a cube, which were then joined together to create different ceiling types. Each of these aggregations describe 3 different spaces of circulation, public space, and private. And so from those ceiling types, I extruded it downward to describe the different kinds of spaces. So in here is the horizontal circulation, which is described by using a half column, where the capital is 5 by 5 feet. Here's the vertical circulation described by a column, where the spiral staircase is wrapped around it. And then the public space, which was defined as a kitchen, and the general public living space, whether that be the dining room or like a living room type of area. And then the private, which is the bathroom and the bedroom. And so for my site strategy, I wanted to keep a traditional ratio for the occupied site versus the yard space to play with this juxtaposition of traditional versus living versus like what my inquiry was. So this describes the first unit, where each unit revolves around a non-traditional family unit, where I define a traditional family unit as a married heterosexual couple with 2.5 kids. The third unit highlighted here is occupied by an independent and able-bodied young adult cohabitating with their parents, i.e. a millennial forced to move back home. The second unit is occupied by 2 single people co-parenting a child. And the first unit is occupied by an elderly person with a live-in caretaker. So this is my pull-apart isometric, where it highlights the aggregation of the different subunits, where they blur the division between the public and private spaces by colliding together. In my first floor plan, the circulation spaces are all placed on the perimeter of the site with the horizontal circulation open to other units and the public. This was done to highlight the fluidity of space making seen in the subunits. And here's a detailed shot of the first floor of the third unit, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit. Sorry, the 2-bedroom, 1-bath. So the adult couple would occupy the first floor, and then layers of transparency are played within the private spaces with curtains. Here's the space of the second one with the child bedroom on the left and one of the adult bedrooms on the right. And then for the first unit, with the 2 bedrooms over here and the bathroom in the middle. This is the second floor, which would be for subunit 3. This is the adult child, I suppose you could call it, bedroom. And then over here, this is the second adult, and then the first floor of the child's bedroom can be seen from within this bedroom itself. And then the first unit. And here's the section perspective of the first unit with the elderly woman and her living caretaker. And this also describes the possible occupation of the roof with terracing. Here's the section perspective of the second unit, the third unit, and then a structural isometric drawing, which the division of each subunit kind of describes how a precast system would be aggregated. And then the north elevation, which highlights the use of channel glass that kind of creates more opacity that hides the public living space with the columns that create apertures of space. East elevation, the south elevation, the west elevation. And then here is the facade detail. And then a section or a perspective of what unit 1 might be, where this is the elderly lady's bedroom, and then directly behind her to the left corner would be a view into the space of the living room of unit 2. And this is a view of the dining room, which allows views into other subunits. This would be a perspective view of the third unit of the adult living with their parents. View from the master bedroom. Perspective view of the outside, looking into one of the units where you can see how these people live. And then this is from one of the adults of the second unit, which in the background you can see views into the child's bedroom. And then a view of the child's bedroom. And with that, I end my presentation.
Thank you, Bella. I noticed that the young adult doesn't throw his trash.
No.
Bella, did you say something about the reasoning for the colonnade around or at the boundary? Did you speak to that? The sort of logic of that?
Yeah. So I wanted to have all of the circulation on the perimeter. So that would include like the vertical circulation, which is hidden behind the channel glass in this view, and then also the horizontal circulation. And so the circulation space is kind of in this setup more of a public space because it like you're allowed to go within all of the units technically through this circulation space. So it's not completely enclosed, and it's also like has views into the public because there's no glass that separates the different like openings within that. And then also like with the colonnade, it creates like viewports into it, which like create smaller apertures to create more privacy.
So it's acting as a fence per se,
yeah,
a gateway, but an open one. I find it intriguing, but also visually challenging because of the proportions that it sets up with the extremity of the columns, and it brings it into almost the feel of a commercial typology. And I just would be careful with how you treat that element in reference to what the units might be behind. I think that there's just a little bit more play with where it establishes a height that's necessary and what it could be as a slightly different element, if you will. I mean, I know you're trying to really fit everything into this logic of certain typology, but it doesn't seem to work in relationship to the unit for me. So I would reconsider that as a design, and also just the kind of presence that you give to a streetscape. You know, the idea of a gated community to me doesn't always resonate with a sense of welcome or a sense of privacy or public openness. So I think that you might be challenged with the kind of message that it's sending.
Okay.
I think you've done an exceptional job of creating an uncomfortable project. When you were talking about, like, here you are in the other person's bedroom and here you're looking into the kid's bedroom, I was like, oh yeah, I feel uncomfortable. But I think what is interesting to me is you've shown us your project in a way that I can imagine being there, which I really appreciate. I think I can imagine the people who would want to live here. Like, in my mind, they're not disparate groups. It's one family that has multiple parts to it that are like having to occupy the same kind of structure, right? And they like found their perfect family place to live where they can have some separation, but they're still kind of all on the same site. I think, it's definitely a challenging idea. I know that context was not an important part of the studio. And so it's very easy in my mind to pick this up and put it somewhere that is not Austin, like a very dense, very old city, like feels like a great kind of landing place for your project. And in that sense, like, I imagine buildings around it that kind of make the busyness of what you've made make a lot more sense to me in my brain. So I've kind of already transported it there, which makes it kind of resolve better for me. I was wondering if you could still, though, talk a little bit about your public open room program, and like, is there a main door? How do you get in? What are you kind of orchestrating as a sequence of events in your building?
So for me, I felt like there was kind of a main door for each of like the units themselves. Like, there wasn't like a door for like the entire like 3 units, if that makes any sense. And so like that is described by like the channel glass and then the entrance into there. So then so you would enter into the space through the channel glass, and then from there it's kind of like this intermediary space, and then from there you would enter into like the public area, which is slightly different for every single unit. But I kind of left it as more of like an open idea of like what you would use your public living space for, rather than being like very prescriptive about it.
And so that space in the middle that looks like landscaped courtyard space, is that open for everybody?
Yes, so that's open to everyone, as well as like sort of to the public, because the horizontal like fence like colonnades would also allow people to technically enter into the space.
Think about that.
There's something, I agree with Claire. There's something very uncomfortable about your your project. It's really intriguing. It's really interesting. I think what you did really well was to break conventions. There's something a little Gothic about your project on the way those columns are coming up. Do you envision conventional structure to support the spaces? Because I see your plan right now on the screen, and I imagine all those floor plates hanging from the arches. They could be hanging, which would create a tremendous discomfort because they move slightly as you move around the spaces. What's the structural investigation in your project? If you,
I mean, I would say, granted, I don't know a ton about structures, but I kind of imagined it as like being like a precast, like kind of monolithic object, I guess I would describe it. I don't really know, but like I would imagine that it would be conventional.
so because you have those precast concrete arches, very tall arches, just imagine if the four plates are not supported by the columns, but are hanging from the arches. And there is a little movement on those four plates, enough to make you, again, uncomfortable.
I mean, of course, that's a great suggestion, right? Like Bella, like it's something like if you had the opportunity to, revise the project or even like understand in what ways discomfort can scale, from the levels of occupancy all the way in which, structural systems might perform, right? Like that would be an interesting way of also incorporating discomfort, right? Like a floating plan where you're just standing and it's constantly moving, right?
I mean, of course, I'm here heavily influenced by the platforms that Pierre built, those dancing platforms that you built. You've seen that. You try to inhabit them, you try to live on them, and you get the level of discomfort that I think is permeating the studio.
I think on that note, I would take back my comment, and instead of making the colonnade around the perimeter more subdued, you should amplify it. You make it more extreme, and you really take the suggestion that things are hanging from that, that's a datum above the work that's hanging below. I think making it's sort of like comfortably resting within the same level and understanding as the units. And I think that is as a separate identity to what's inside could be emphasized and made more extreme.
Bella, what is the role of the garden or of this open space in the project?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What is the role of the open space in the project?
Specifically like the front and the backyards or the courtyard?
Like this space here.
Okay. That part, I will admit, I've not fully designed, but I was imagining that to be kind of like more of like an open, like green space that is more for the actual units rather than like for the public, because there is like the apertures that will allow it to be a little bit more private.
Okay, because I think you did a great job as an architectural composition. I think it's a really fantastic project. I think the aggregation works very well. And I really like the idea that you kind of dismantle an idea of a room because your rooms don't have walls. They just have like a partition only in 1 point or 2 points of the room. And I think this is really fantastic. I think, yeah, the garden should have been designed. And I was imagining, because when you see the plan and you see this void, you start immediately understanding what's the logic behind it and why it's not full of columns like the rest of the space. And maybe they're just like empty columns, and maybe, yes, following Fernando's suggestion, you could have some platforms that are floating and they're maybe in some point connected to the apartments and to the domestic places, but maybe transferred more into a public environment or a more shared space. And the other comment I have is that, I mean, again, like the room of Artasi, and I really like the project, but you insisted very much into driving us around like the plans. And so like, this is the bedroom and this is the kids' bedroom. But in fact, the rooms are very similar to each other. So I wonder why you didn't maybe used a third scale of the object. It seems you're mainly using 2 modules, and maybe using a third one to really try to differentiate also the spaces from within, and not only like from the outside as an element, as a structural element. Maybe it could have reinforced the idea that everything is like built up by a composition of a similar element that adapts in size according to the function that it has to perform. So maybe the kids' bedroom doesn't need to be as large as the larger bedroom, or the bathroom as well. Maybe it could be a smaller unit. So maybe also working more with the idea of the structural element, and yeah, adapting it according to the use.
I also want to talk just briefly about your representation, because I think it's really reinforcing your idea by what you've chosen to show us. I think so, like in the plans, the module and the structural components dominate over the sort of furniture and layout that might tell you what's going on in there. Like you can almost just kind of not read the furniture and see the structural elements primarily. But I think where your project is really beautifully presented is in your sections and elevations and sort of sectional perspectives, because the layering of the drawings themselves, I think, is reinforcing. You've used the drawing as a tool to reinforce your idea about this spatial layering. So you're seeing, you know, all the way through these spaces with various curtains that are sort of ephemerally shown. And I just really appreciate that it strengthens that idea of kind of moving through space, even in your flat elevations, which is really difficult to convey in an elevation like depth of space. And you've done it without shadows, just with tone and layers. And I think it's coming across really beautifully. And I really appreciate that. They're very dense, which I think is helping your idea a lot. I think Danelle was sort of hinting at that, but I do wonder why the volumes kind of break from your very rigid box that you've made with the colonnade outside. Like I almost feel like that structure could be sort of the pervasive structure of the project, like go overhead, can close the thing fully in a sort of rectilinear form, and then all of the carving of these arches and other structural modules might take place inside. Because I think when they pop up above, it kind of throws me off a little bit of the rigor of your modules that you have created the perimeter with. If that makes sense.
All right. Well, Bella, we ran out of time, even though we have more time in this session, but maybe we can just leave that time for some overarching comments regarding the 3 projects that we've seen so far. But like personally, I just want to congratulate you, with all the work that you have produced for the studio, the level of, rigor you have taken in the, creation of drawings, being exposed to, software difficulties to resolve them in beautiful ways, innovative ways, and also, your your hunger for knowledge and understanding how to actually produce them. And I think like it shows how much you have understood those mediums to create the sort of drawings that you presented today. So I'm really, really happy to see the results of that. I also want to congratulate you on, or at least because of my own research interests on biopolitics, I really appreciate like your commitment to show us how different people and diverse bodies and demographics can live together, and what those spaces could be and how they're integrated together. I always, applauded the fact that you started the project by, wanting not to deal with a conventional family type, but actually the possibility of allowing diverse bodies and diverse entities to live together in ways that we don't typically think of, or maybe that we don't consider as being the subjects of our projects. So I really like that. As you move on your education, I would always encourage you to keep thinking about that, because I think like we don't do that often. And I think like, our discipline will become even, richer if we constantly understand that, we don't inhabit, or that the bodies that inhabit spaces are not normative bodies. So I think like that could be very extremely important for you as you move on. So thank you again for that. So for our reviewers, we have some time left in the session. I don't know if you guys, well, it's a pity that you only get to see just a fragment of the projects and not all the projects together. But as I said before, I've shared a link with all the documents of all the students. So if you would like to also see what, other classmates of Bella have produced in the studio, please do so. And if you have comments for all of the students, it would be great to share them right now. So I'm just gonna mute myself and allow you guys to maybe give off some overarching.
I would just like simply congratulate with the students because of, first of all, for the clarity of the presentation, but also like the clarity of the drawings and the representation, as Claire did. I mean, mostly like this last project was really amazingly represented, but all the three, I have to say, they were really, really super clear to read as a drawing. But yeah, understanding the narrative, going through the drawings and not only listening through your presentation, which I think it's one of the most difficult things to achieve for an architect. Like how to transmit your ideas through drawing is like the most difficult part. I mean, one of the most difficult part of our job. So congratulations for that.
I would have to agree and also congratulate you. The work that we looked at today was just so engaged with not just the representation, but the content of design work that you're trying to achieve. I think is also really something that I want to commend Piergianna as well, because she's having you pursue ideas that are beyond just the basic to-do lists that we sometimes are tasked with. And I hope that the level of thinking that she's put you onto is going to carry through with the rest of your studies. I think that all of the projects were so highly represented, and that just shows your commitment to the project itself. And as students in a trying time, I think that that really shows your degree of rigor, and I think that engagement as a community, as a studio, is still very much apparent. So I'm really pleased to see that.
I could not agree more with Danielle and with Barbara. I think it was a terrific studio, perfect for the vertical sequence, because there's the investigation of concepts and concepts translated to drawings, which to me is the key to be elaborated during the vertical sequence, so that you can incorporate more complex issues of structures and materiality later on. So I was really happy to see the result, and I want to commend you all for great work.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. I think the one sort of comment I would make from the three that I saw today would be, don't be afraid to tackle the outdoor space. Like, own it and absorb it into your project, especially if it's part of the prompt. And I know it's very easy for us to feel like our dominion is the building, and that is obviously true, but the relationship between the building and the immediate site around it, whether it's a hypothetical site or an actual site, is so critical. And often, if you think about how you move in and around buildings, it defines what your experience is there. So I think, you know, in your next project, try to own it and design it. And it's uncomfortable, right? It's like not necessarily our territory, but it can be. And I think it really enriches the building design if that can be part of it. And even if you don't design it, have a strong narrative behind it ready for when we ask about why you didn't design it. Because I think that's just making sure that it's been considered, whether it's designed or not, I think is a really important part of a project like this. But yeah, I would definitely commend the representation that I saw today. I think it was incredibly strong. I'm a person who's very partial to physical models and thought that might be the thing I missed the most, but I didn't miss them that much today, so great job. Also, I would love to see the physical model of the last project, Bella, so can't wait to see that in the future when you make one, obviously.
Yeah, I'm also missing the models. I have to say that for the previous assignment, which starts with a set of ideas by which the students started this third assignment, were incredible models. And you know, I just keep thinking about that. I was just like, God damn it, I want to see those. But anyways, it is what it is, guys. So I just want to say thank you to Barbara and Claire for joining us today and reviewing the work of our school, and Danielle and Fernando for, you know, lending your time to also comment on the work that we have produced. Thanks to the students, Bella, Brittany, and Nick, for presenting your work. And well, thank you so much. I think like this concludes our second session. We have to say goodbye to Barbara and our reviewers, but we have to convene here again at 3 p.m. for our final session. So thank you again, everyone, and hopefully we will see each other again in person.
Thank you, Piera. Thank you for having me.
Congratulations, you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks to you. Thanks for having me, for inviting me.
Of course. Sorry for the students. This is the third time this day that you've heard this. So I hope you already have memorized my words by now. So our studio is called Measures of Discomfort, and this studio examines how architecture has dealt with the question of comfort and how, in turn, comfort has shaped architectural thinking and practice. The goal is to re-examine the tacit authority found in the codes, standards, and dimensions where comfort is typically thought to be found. So whether through the record of use, function, program, experience, performance, ergonomics, or scale, the production of comfort relies on concrete knowledge and latent imagination of how one would live comfortably. But comfort also governs an unknowable universe of everyday experience that remains outside of the designer's direct control. So if a lot of architecture's meaning is made not in drawings, but in the complex world of how architecture is inhabited, consumed, used, lived, or experienced, that world is at once fundamental and strangely underexplored. So under this premise, the studio expands on how comfort can be a critical tool for architectural invention. The studio is therefore guided by the following questions. How do we situate comfort within the realms of use, standardization, building technologies, economies of scale, and the human body? Can a study about discomfort instead of comfort foster new spatial possibilities? And can design work to preserve spaces for endurance and not just dullness? What if design made peace with the strange, the abnormal, the uncomfortable? Theorizing design is the interface that provides a space for irrational resistance to the mechanisms that condition bodily experience and that perpetuates complicity with capitalist market forces that more often than not remain unquestioned. This studio seeks to uncover the physical, psychological, and political dangers of becoming comfortably numb. So as I mentioned before, Reto, this is a vertical studio, which is specifically designed for graduate students pursuing a first professional degree in architecture. So the first 4 design studios are taught in this format, which combines students of differing degrees of design and drawing experience. So each studio within the vertical studio sequence posits problems that seek to maximize opportunities for learning, skill acquisition, and idea dissemination at all levels, from beginning, so those without background, to intermediate, those with background. And of course, this will allow students to progress at their own rate. And the topics for all of the vertical studios are coordinated in content and timing, and covering essential concerns and techniques of architectural design. The sequence uses a metaphorical device called the 4 streams that allows students and faculty in the vertical studios to track the degree of emphasis accorded to 4 broad aspects of architectural design. So for example, those 4 streams are ordering system, human factors, and construction, and context, sorry. But in our studio, the emphasis has been given to ordering systems and human factors, and construction to a lesser degree. So the assignment that you are going to be reviewing today is called 1 House, 2 Houses, 3 Houses, which is the 3rd assignment from our studio. We did 2 previous assignments before this last one. And this last assignment also builds a little bit upon our previous assignment, which was assignment number 2. And this assignment asks the students to design a building that hosts 3 residential units by reimagining a domestic space through a reconceptualization of comfort, trying to challenge our preconceptions when addressing the design of a house. This way of operating puts into question issues of standardization, social conventions, and pre-existing notions of what a comfortable dwelling is. So just in a nutshell, I'm asking the students to make a building that hosts 3 or more residential units, a large room open to the neighborhood public, and a yard space that needs to comply to the restrictions of the site. The program is very easy and basic: 3 or more residential units, each of which hosts a family or another sort of social unit of 2 to 5 individuals. Students can maintain the traditional boundaries of a housing unit or break them apart to question social thresholds and levels of comfort. The qualities and role of a housing unit needs to be clearly defined. So besides the housing units, a single public room that is open to the wider neighborhood. Possible examples could be, from a working space to a religious or secular space for ritual, space for play. It's up to the student to select this. And each student can make this room extremely specific, or they are allowed to keep it flexible as a generic room with highly specific spatial qualities that complement or compete with the residential use. Some amount of yard space needs to be defined, either as shared across units or private to each unit, or as an extension of that communal room. And finally, the site is a fictionalized but typical condition in Austin. In this case, it is inspired by a real site in East Austin. It's a small parcel in East 4th Street and Onion Street, which is a very diverse area with early 19th century bungalows, where, well, there's a lot of new modern condos happening right now. So students may choose to take on the specific geographic and social context of East Austin, or leave it as generic and local to Austin more broadly. The site is over here. This is 4th Street, this is Onion Street. This is a small pocket park that exists, diagonally to our site. but there is not a lot of emphasis given to the context, rather to, as I mentioned before, ordering systems and human factors. So this is it from my end. As I mentioned before, we're going to be reviewing 4 students. And after the 3rd student, we're going to stop the live streaming. And maybe by the end, we can have some wrap-up comments. And I will allow you guys to give your thoughts, overall thoughts about the studio as a whole, or individually as you may want to. What else? I think that's it. I shared with you guys links to the students' work, so you can follow when they're sharing their screen, or you can just also look at the work or in those folders. So I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna allow Eric to start sharing your screen, if that's all right. Are there any questions, Reto, Rasa, Igor?
Maybe just one quick thing. So are there, none of the students are in their, are there some students in their 2nd semester of architecture, or is everybody at least in the 3rd?
Yeah.
Sorry, at least in the 4th.
Some of them are in their 2nd, in their 3rd, and in their 4th, I think.
Okay. Oh, even 3rd. Okay.
Yeah.
Off track.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you,
Will
Eric.
students indicate where they're at? Or can you guys do that? It might just help to get a sort of sense.
Okay, yeah, they can totally do that.
You're not judged unjustly or something like that.
No, of course not. All right,
Sure.
Thank you.
Great.
Wait, actually, before you start, Eric, I just forgot to introduce Reto and Rasa and Igor. So maybe before we do that, I'm so sorry I forgot about this, but Reto Geiser is an associate professor and director of undergraduate studies at Rice University School of Architecture. Reto is a designer and scholar of modern architecture with a focus on the intersections between architecture, pedagogy, and media. He's an associate professor and the director of undergraduate studies at Rice, where he teaches history and theory and design. He's a registered architect in Switzerland. He studied architecture at the ETH Zurich and Columbia University in New York, and received his doctorate from ETH Zurich. He has also taught at the University of Michigan and at the University of Toronto. And also with us, we have Rasa Navasaitite. She's a lecturer and visiting scholar here at the School of Architecture at UT Austin. And Igor Siddiqui, who is the associate professor and program director for interior design, also at the University of Texas at Austin. All right, yeah, now this is it. Sorry everyone for that. Oh, is Tilda there?
That's Tilda, a critter in the background. Not that crittery anymore. Tilda is live on YouTube. Yes. Okay.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
Hope you are all hearing me all right, because I know this microphone is a little spotty. My name is Eric Vernon Galindo, and this is my 2nd semester here at the school. I'm going to start with my definition of comfort. And comfort for me is hot water in the winter, cool air in the summer, and a well-lit room. I consider these as luxuries, giving their energy-intensive origins. Discomfort is not belonging or not feeling calibrated with our environment. So my topic of interest questions the invisible domestic systems that allow and regulate thermal and hydrologic comfort in a domestic or public setting. Interestingly, in a culture where the visual elements hold more value to us, this is currently invisible and overlooked systems that we truly depend on, which are perceived as the least valuable in comfort terms until they are gone. So I guess what I'm questioning with this project is, what does an age of sort of after comfort look like, or like an age where we don't really tend to depend on mechanized systems of comfort as much or as we typically do? What kind of architectural exposures and questionings of these systems would free us from a perceived image of comfort, and with this freedom, then redefine what comfort could be, even if the truth is uncomfortable. So for the focus of my project, I started with the human body and realizing that we tend to be very sentient beings, and we are very sensitive to small changes in temperature, light, and humidity. And so with this premise, I began to then develop a strategy of creating a space where the qualities that would be important about the space would depend precisely on these components, which are basically temperature, light, and humidity, and the ways of activating those, which are basically using thermally active surfaces or artificial steam or mist made with water, and also using the spaces or the buildings to store heat and create a sort of heat capacity within the envelope that then would dissipate heat to its users, right? Through means of radiation, convection, and conduction. So the building is organized very simply. I basically just took two relationships of heat, which are basically convective relationships, which are made through air circulation mainly, and radiative relationships, which are made through the emitting of heat from a source. In my case, the main source of radiation was the floor slabs, and the main source of convection was nothing. So it's basically just a passively ventilated building. Then the layer organization of the building responded to these premises by creating a sort of onion-like layered space where the walls would then sort of radiate outward from a single point source, and depending on the unit, the walls would then get thicker or thinner from the source, right? So as you go outward, it might get thinner, or as you go inward, it might get thicker. And this is mainly to begin to think about the heat capacity of thermal mass, right? And then as a site response, once you plop this organization systems in the site, then a reshuffling happened where I began to add temperature to the slabs, so made them thermally active, and then also began to reorientate or shuffle the buildings to create a little bit more of a direct cross ventilation relationship between them, right? Okay, and then so the three units are made of basically four different, I call them sort of volumes that are then arranged in stepping motion upwards. So you have sort of like a stepped configuration. On the inside, then I decided to then define volumetrically the interior with intersecting brick barrel vaults to create a sort of rich environment where you have a long barrel vaults on the extremes and then a groin vault kind of configuration on the diagonal axis of the house. And then on the interior, then I added a plywood sort of modular sort of plywood plugins that would go into those spaces depending on the needs of the occupants. So it's basically you're just building a hard shell and then just adding your little plywood modules into it. Sometimes, not all the time, but yeah. And so then the second strategy then repeats for the second unit, right? You're intersecting barrel bolts and then you're plugging, and for the third unit as well. It's also good to note that these stepping sort of rooms also decrease in height and width the closer they get to the sort of point source, right? So that you get a variability in section as well as in plan. The public space, which is in black, is mainly used for bathing. So you take away the bathroom function out from the house and use it, or kind of basically put it on the outside. So it's, if you think of it as like a huge exterior bathroom, right? Which is then surrounded by a regulating ventilation layer made out of brick patterning. And the regulative aspect of the layer comes from the spacing of the punctures of the brick. So there's 3 different types of spacing, and these regulate the airflow or pressure on the wall, which then goes to the inhabitants. So this is the elevation. Looking at it from Onion Street, you can see that the brick does have, different patterning in terms of density, right? So the smaller holes and then the larger holes are, the smaller holes are going towards the units, and then the larger sort of openings are going towards the ventilated public corridors and spaces. This is an elevation coming from the street that's before 4th Street. I think it's 3rd Street, but it's basically the rear, you would call it, of the unit, with a small sort of rear entrance. And then this is the front elevation with a more sort of wider public entrance, but yet still sort of acts as has a threshold, right? There's a door because it's not, the space is not public all the time, right? It's controlled by the inhabitants. Then the plan of the bathrooms it's basically slightly underground, 6 feet underground, and it consists of sort of shifting long hallway, which is then met by the bottom part of 2 of the houses, creating 2 types of spaces. One is for more conventional bathing, so basically like a 20-foot by 20-foot pool or little jacuzzi or something, where you can get a lot of like thermal richness, and then a bigger space, which is basically accentuated by showers that are attached to the columns of the supports of the house. Houses themselves sit on top of this space and are defined by low walls and colonnades that decrease in thickness or spacing depending on the closer you get to the point source of the house that we talked about previously. Then we get our plywood volumes on top. And then we cut a section through it. This is a double section. It acts as a section through the houses, but it's also a section through the wind. So you get to kind of cut through the wind and then look at the wind in terms of its direction and pressure. And so that's where the color comes in. So this is cutting through the first unit. And you can see the hot tub here down below. This is the second unit, right, in elevation. And this is the third unit with the showers on the bottom. It's also good to note that the running computer fluid dynamic simulations through the brick screen actually proved to me that it's doing its job, which is pretty nice. So, as a more analytical standpoint, these houses are trying to sort of activate the spaces by means of wind and radiation. And so I decided to then begin to measure that and to sort of get little probing points at different times of the day where I would begin to see the variability of the system and its effect on the inhabitants, and how that might affect a programming that I proposed. It's not a hard coded programming. So the idea is that, wherever a resident moves in, they kind of choose where they sleep or choose where they watch TV. The only thing that they would not be able to choose is where the kitchen is, because then you get plumbing for that and stuff like that. So that's kind of like coded in. And measuring, radiant temperatures of the slabs at different times of the day, air temperatures, and the wind speed remain constant for the purposes of the tests. Then I made a little GIF showing the variability of the system throughout the day. Hopefully it shows up, yeah. So then you begin to see sort of how the slabs then begin to change in temperature as a response to the environment, and then how that then begins to affect the living conditions of their inhabitants, where they move, where they sleep, and also how then the main public space gets activated down below, right? So it's pretty much an open system of exchanges of temperature and light and wind throughout the day. Okay. This is sorry, I've been using a very slow computer. Is there a way I can go back? Okay, sorry. So you already saw all the presentation. Okay, right. This is a view of the bathrooms. Important to note that the detailing of the columns is also where the plumbing will be going down from, and that you would get this sort of really communal sort of showering space, right? That is accentuated by brick veneer and brick vaults. Then a second section through the spaces themselves, showing the brick screen in the background, the wood plywood plugins cut through, showering section. The second unit, you can see then the stepping of the floor and also the slight curvature of the floor, which then tends to sort of destabilize your inhabitation and sort of make you realize that you're not in a usual sort of place, but that you're in a new kind of landscape. And then through the first unit, showing the plywood volume as well. The structural configuration of the vaults, it's basically, two layers of brick. I tried to make the envelopes as simple as possible in terms of their material use. So just one material, brick has a higher thermal capacity, not as high as concrete or wood, but it does tend to dissipate heat at a slower rate than steel and other materials. So that's the reason why I chose it, so that in the Texas sun, it would then sort of become charged and slowly release that heat to its inhabitants throughout the day. If it's like a cold winter month or something like that, which you don't have many of those in Texas. And then the bottom of the bathrooms are also the same. They're intersecting groin vaults that then begin to create this sort of rich column space. Okay. Let's see. And so then taking a closer look at the material configurations of the spaces, then we begin to see how then these materials begin to relate to each other spatially, right? You get these sort of brick vaults on the interior, and then this sort of wood volume, right? And then just kind of hovers above. And these begin to have sort of different types of relationships, either in spatial height or diffuse feeling. Like wood sometimes feels harder than steel because it's a trick that it plays on the senses, but it doesn't really mean that it's harder. It just transfers heat quicker, for example. And then you can see the material of the bathrooms, which would be actually dug out, and it would just be cladded with baked thin brick. And then I began to think about how we can then communicate those thermal relationships a little bit more clearly. And so I began to think of new ways of sort of visualizing temperature in terms of its proximity to elements, and then the properties of the material that then the elements exude into the space, right? So in here, I began to think about the envelope of the building as an energy sort of conductor, right? So it's not a temperature diagram, but it's more of a diagram that the blue basically tells you what direction the heat is flowing. So the blue would mean that the heat is flowing downwards into the structure, and the red would mean that the energy is flowing upwards. So radiation and then storage and dissipation down to the bottom, right? And I thought it was an effective way of communicating the space thermally rather than just materially.
Eric,
Yeah.
we need to start wrapping up.
Yeah, this is the last image. Basically just a view of this landscaping step down living room spaces with the sort of wood volume that then covers your view. More sort of domestic view, but kind of decided to end on that, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Who's going first?
I think you can go, Reto.
Thank you. I mean, it's a really, really exciting, really interesting project. I have to admit, it's also a type of project that's kind of a bit challenging to kind of follow in every detail through the way in which we're presenting right now. And I did eventually open up the box file again to kind of try to kind of keep track. Maybe I just start with a few questions. So is it correct that everything's essentially like the main structure is essentially solid brick? There's no other kind of, there's no enclosure, there's no thermal insulation. It's just essentially an open structure, and whatever is inhabitable and more conditioned is within this plywood box, or?
Yeah, exactly. And it's also a very passive condition. It's just because the surface is a little bit more enclosed. Changes.
I mean, it's interesting. You haven't really talked about where, and this is maybe potentially, or is maybe not required at all, but you haven't really talked where this discourse is kind of situated within the discipline more broadly. And I think it's kind of interesting how, I mean, for me, it sort of instantly rings sort of some bells like Rainer Banham, the architecture of the well-tempered environment, sort of making visible those things that we normally don't talk about. It definitely brings up in a very different way, but like the work of Philippe Rahm and or even kind of initially as Décloster, Rahm and this kind of idea of creating, I'm sure you're familiar with that work, creating airflows based just on kind of what is hot, what is cold, and what does that mean for the air to move. And then at the same time, you're kind of introducing the Roman bath, you introduced the vault. The Romans were the first to kind of do that, right, successfully. And you bring in that whole vocabulary. So I think you're tapping into really a lot of interesting sources that maybe also seem at first glance kind of contradictory, but I think that seem to provide a really kind of interesting, I don't know, set of aspects and ideas that you're kind of to some degree mashing up. I don't know. For me, it's and maybe others can chime in on that. I give full disclosure. I mean, I am registered as an architect, but I'm also predominantly operating as a kind of historian designer these days, rather than kind of being involved with technology to that degree. And I in this kind of presentation at times couldn't fully grasp how these kind of flows are working. I mean, are you when you sort of analyze the wind, are you basically saying that the facade has a certain perforation or not, and that's how kind of airflows penetrate or are blocked? I understand the kind of idea of the wall thickness, which I think is really interesting as a means to either retain heat or cool, or let it kind of transition faster. So I think I get the kind of basic principles, but I wonder, what does that mean once you kind of translate it into the design? And that's where I maybe would have hoped, or I think it would be really interesting to kind of see a bit more. Like you have like plan diagrams or plans that basically show us an arrangement of these kind of living units and the idea of the kind of public space, that bath that is located underneath, if I understand it correctly, right?
Yeah.
And you give us a glimpse of what the living means at the very end. And I think that question of how you organize space based on these kind of climatic principles, I I think is super interesting, and it's sort of probably the essence of that project, and I very much appreciate that and respect it. But then when I sort of look at how you organize space, I wonder, is that limited by or defined by those kind of climatic concerns, or is that just simply where the project is currently at? So if you look at your first unit, you have this kind of L-shaped form that repeats, right? And that becomes the sort of dominating way in which you organize space. And it also has certain kind of limitations in a way, right? So if you would sort of look more closely at what living in these kind of L-shaped corridors to some degree, or expanded corridors mean, and how spaces can be connected or how they're separated, I think there's a certain kind of limitation that's kind of applied on it, and it's very directional. I think in general you use a lot of symmetry throughout your project, and also if you look at your section, it goes kind of down, it goes up, and it does exactly the same and mirrored on the floor slab, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder to what degree, I mean, maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit, why you chose to be so, and it's telescopic quite often, right? It kind of gets larger, it gets smaller, like what's above, like is reflected exactly below. I think in some cases, like in this section that you just open up, in a way, I think you would get a much stronger sense of the dimensional shift of these spaces if there were one level, and it doesn't matter if it's the ceiling or if it's the floor, were to remain consistent, and would allow me to kind of register that shift. Right now, everything just gets kind of consistently bigger, right? But I cannot experience that kind of, I don't know, that it drops or that it goes up in section as I'm kind of moving through, or that there's this kind of, like, if we think about Adolf Loos's villas, that there's this kind of continuum of the ceiling, for instance, and the spaces kind of expand or contract based on the floor plate, and then it sort of repeats again on the ground floor. And I wonder to what degree that's essentially the kind of the outcome of that kind of climatic interest, or to what degree that is an independent kind of, let's say, layer of design decisions. And I wonder if some of these decisions, and actually it seems to me kind of and maybe I'm completely off, and I'll let you kind of respond in just a second, but it seems like it's something that's kind of forced as a design language onto it. And I wonder if that were driven with the same kind of rigor and logic that you developed everything else, whether that would lead to a different kind of form of interior. And similarly, maybe also with this plywood piece, there's a very similar degree of resolution, both between the shell and the kind of insert. And I also wonder to what degree maybe that difference could be played out more between the kind of not climated shell that's purely kind of controlled by means of perforations, apertures, orientation in the city, on the site, how the wind blows through. I mean, sort of almost kind of going back to shotgun typologies and things like that, right? Where that's very much taken advantage of. And then what is that world inside that is the kind of isolated world, and how is that kind of separated out? And I think maybe it's there and I just didn't fully grasp it, or don't quite kind of catch it, but I think that could be maybe more emphatically emphasized.
Yeah, so first question, which was about the stepping and how porous the geometry is, it does have some logic, some thermal logic to it. And that is basically the way the project works, is that, in very simple terms, the closer you are to a surface, the more likely you are to be used as a human conductor. And so in section, that was sort of my idea, is like, okay, well, if I put a person, like, for example, right here in the center, he's gonna tend to be warmer, given the relationship, the proximity to the ceiling and to the floor, than if we were to be on the outer spaces, right? So since principles of air stratification don't really apply here as much in the open. So the librem is out the window. It becomes more about the relationship of the roof and the ceiling to sort of deliver this experience, right? So that was my logic for the stepping. The geometry was, or the shape of the interior was basically taken from a previous exercise we made. And it became also as a means of thinking about destabilization of inhabitation, right? Like how could you maybe begin to play a little bit, even if it's very subtle, with like how you arrange a table, for example. Like it's always going to be a tipping table or something, like kind of dealing with these smaller issues. And then as far as the plywood and what it would be like in there, it's sort of I saw the plywood as an opportunity to not only add another layer of inhabitation to the space in terms of you know, like having a floating room, but it also was more a response to the way we feel material in space with these conditions. So the way that, because this wood is higher at the top, closer to the ceiling, it might potentially be slightly warmer than everything else around it. So you could picture in the winter, maybe this becomes a winter retreat, or something like that. Right? So it was those kinds of decisions that began to drive the way that these things are organized.
In plan, you're kind of considering different wall thicknesses. Have you tried to do that in section as well? If you go back to the previous section, like it seems very even. And I wonder, I mean, if you add like, I don't know, a 3-foot kind of thick ceiling and a vault underneath it that starts to take an according shape based on structural principles, not climatic principles, that would probably lead to a space that tends to be cooler for kind of longer periods than a place where you maybe also kind of create an opening, and as soon as the light is sort of like sort of midday would sort of kind of come in, and I think equally on that level, like also what's the role of the water? Because I think if you have these kind of bodies of water, I would imagine there's evaporation of the water, which has an impact on the climate. There's the water could be also used as a kind of cooling device, right? I mean, I guess it's another place where this kind of climatic dimension, and that's why I think it's actually really smart that you're working with the bath as this kind of public component, which was free for you to choose, as far as I understood, right? Right? No? Okay.
No, I mean, I've been very insistent on having bathrooms throughout the whole semester, but
Eric, sorry. No, it's just like I saw that Rasa wanted to make to share her comments.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Congratulations, Eric. Really very nice presentation, very nice drawing, also very interesting brief and task. And I'm really very excited to see a few students responding to discomfort. And I really like in this project, what gives me, like, from my understanding, these performative scenarios you developed, and especially like endless variations, you can use it and you can live it in different styles and ways. Let's say I would take it more like that you push these two entities, comfort and discomfort, and they both like kind of dance with themselves, but then through the temperatures, through the difference of temperatures. I especially very fascinated of arches in terms of seeing that of this ventilation effects they create on like this arrays and like enfiladas, and like you chose a layering system. I want to see what's contemporary move, and this is like a hybrid system I enjoy to look at. It reminds me from one side, like at the Dao Ando, these landscape buildings like hidden in the street, then you introduce me like through the gates of entering of public, like I'm saying this, like the building through this courtyard or shapes, excuse me, interior exterior shapes, it becomes like a kind of entity between those several layers. That fascinates me a lot. But looking in your plan and section and your animations, I also found very interesting the labyrinthine free spaces, which is of course very interesting for ventilation effects like in and out, and as well like different times of period of the year, or let's say those moments when 20-degree jumps up and down, which is really crazy in Austin. So I saw it beautifully in section and plan explored, and as well this project gives me also ideas of what I liked, and I'm interested that this performative time you through the endless usable ways of using it, as I understand, if I understand that right, that you're exchanging the layers where you would, let's say, you could as I understand, you could understand it as a working space or as a living space or as a rest space in terms of temperatures, that we could exchange these zones. That is what fascinates me today for shared housing, let's say, or for shared opportunities for the future, and especially like in summer might be people are leaving and somebody else is coming into your house. Let's say in terms of these ways of endless way of using the same, let's say, stable design creature, but at the end differently approaching. So I really think that this model of having maybe office, maybe living, maybe free time zone, like so a bit I understand. I appreciate that coming from this comfort, discomfort, pushing through the temperatures and seeing in multiple ways of using that, if I understand that right. So I think that this kind of studio brief, it encourages us to open up a lot of layers and possibilities to see within the design aspects. So these free units, I think, sometimes nearly could become like a larger area of usable area, let's say, or free units in itself as individual segments, but even this one segment could be divided in three again. I like that kind of building in another building in another building, like a kind of grouping of layers. Really was impressed and saying, I can understand if there is one family, you can change locations. If let's say 3 different entities there, we have to exchange them according to the time. So it's kind of like a more communal situations, or like shared area, shared situation, and especially in Austin, this East London area, it gets so expensive and attractive. So if we would have some kind of shared models of house living, or let's say combining with public entity as a shower, so one supports the other, those entities, let's say, I see it beautifully from the brief and from the intention of Piergianna, that beautifully involves to be usable in different times, in different temperatures, and also in different ways to be beneficial, who for which time would, let's say, spend free time there, and the other areas would be usable in different periods of, let's say, winter or spring or summer. Or, that performance and endless way of using that within the composition and turning this courtyard in the labyrinth space, I enjoyed. Especially enjoyed in the section lifting up the floor, because I think it's kind of visibility and views place against back the role. And at the same time, let's say, it affects the temperature. It's nice how you encourage the temperature, and you find the formal aspect, but as well the transition in different ways of composing these layers to become from multiple views, let's say, like differently observed and open until the visibility effect. And thank you. That was interesting for me. Thank you, General, for the invitation in this studio.
Thanks. Igor, I don't know if you would like to add something else to the comments.
I'm not sure there's time.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But so okay. If you don't mind, we can go to our next student. All right. Thank you so much, Eric, Rasa, and Rita for your comments. Gabriel, this is your turn.
That's a nice project.
Thank you. Gabriel, Eric, if you don't mind, yes. Gabriel, hi. The screen is yours. Gabriel, remember, try to give your presentation under 10 minutes, if that's all right. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, are we seeing this? Oops.
Yes, we are.
Awesome. Okay, so my name is Gabrielle. Starting out with just the brief statement on kind of my take on comfort and discomfort in this project. The ideas of comfort and discomfort are approached in this project through the lens of thresholds. This investigation and introduction of thresholds brings ambiguity into the reading of a project and the spaces it contains. This comes to fruition in my project through spatial exploration as well as circulation. With its inherent ambiguity, the threshold provides opportunities for exchange, connectivity, and even gathering. There's also an exploration of pure interiority taking place in tandem with the thresholds. We're finding several threshold configurations with certain conditions, and in introducing those into this residential design, the ideas of comfort and discomfort are tested with the unknown of ambiguous spaces. So I began by taking investigations from our last project and started by designing the actual negative occupiable space that would take place in this, and cataloging it into kind of different categories of what those different threshold spaces could be. So there's ones for vertical circulation, horizontal circulation, certain ones that create interesting entry conditions, and others that are meant for connectivity. Taking those negative spaces that I had designed, and then this is kind of laying them out by the architectural elements that would actually like inform this space and actually create the physical space to occupy. And then taking those and considering those to be these solid kind of cast pieces as my threshold elements. And this is showing a variety of different combinations of some of those threshold pieces coming together and how they can create a variety of different options and opportunities for these thresholds to take place. The other piece that I designed was these room modules. This was also kind of came from an earlier project, these kind of domed vaulted spaces. And some of them you'll notice have these openings that are happening, and this is just explaining the way that those openings were created, kind of taking these and stretching them to kind of like the tangent and creating the opening happening on that part there. As well as some that have this oculi that happens via a subtraction of the actual like room space itself being taken out of the top. So here, this is just kind of a breakdown of the relationship that starts to develop when you start putting these pieces together, where the white rooms that are domed are essentially the set program that's going to be taking place. And then the black pieces are where the threshold is actually occurring through these. So this is how it's happening in that one unit, and then kind of the relationship of where it happens in each of my 3 units. And then the site strategy started with looking at it as these 3 strips. And then moving forward, as I started to develop with the design, you can see there in the middle, the dark spots is where the threshold is taking place on the ground floor. And then the moments like here and out here that are not interior spaces are part of like this larger idea of communal space. And then the top, you can also see that relationship of threshold to rooms taking place. So this is depicting from the first floor, looking at the 3 units. The unit that's on the bottom there with the horizontal lines is a externally focused unit, while the other 2 are more kind of internally focused and kind of concealed. But looking here, you can see where these kind of rounded, curved, carved out spaces are where this set program is taking place. And there is this openness that's happening as well. So that communal public space that I was talking about before for the people who would inhabit these doesn't happen just outside. There's also the ability that it could happen internally as well, where that middle unit can also kind of serve as like the middle communal space for everyone. And there's potential for you to be able to kind of walk through and kind of like meander through all of it. So then this was looking at the set programs where those are taking place. And then this is looking at the opportunities that are put forth when you have these threshold spaces that are ambiguous, and you could have a potential of a wide variety of things taking place in them. So there could be a music space that's taking place in one of them, a community garden center, or even just, kind of entertaining space to play games, or a large variety of other things that could take place in them as well. Moving up to the second floor, you can also see where some of the like push and pull is taking place as well, where the second unit kind of reaches over on top of the first unit that's on the outside. And again, this is looking at the set program that's taking place. And then these are looking at the other possible activities that could be taking place in those thresholds that are there. This is kind of looking at some of the dimensions of the modules that I had developed in the process. They were all based off of setting programmatic square footage sizes and then basing module sizes off of that. So this is a longitudinal section through it. And it's these two sections that I'm going to show you have a focus a lot on spatial qualities and what's kind of like the actual spaces being created in them. And this one has that as well. And so this is just a quick little kind of like animation that's showing you different cut throughs as you're going back through the site into the front. And you can start to see kind of how some of those can actually be occupied and where set programs are and where the thresholds are serving as connector pieces or entry pieces, etc. And this one is kind of the assemblage of all of the individual pieces of the building taking place on the site. As I mentioned before, I had the intent of it being these precast concrete panels. And so this is just kind of the breakdown of how that would be assembled and applied on the site. I have the elevations here that again are kind of looking at that outwardly facing like exterior focused unit. So a lot of those openings that are facing the street right there. And then when you come to the other side of the building where it's more interior focused, you can see the kind of like less openings that are actually facing it. Another elevation there. This is just kind of in context of the site, even though we weren't really looking at the context too much. And then these are looking at some of those threshold spaces again that I was talking about and how that can change to meet whatever the people who inhabit the spaces could want it to be. It has the ability to be flexible and adapt to their needs over time. It can become just about anything. And even more interior threshold ones that take place on second floors or kind of in more privatized moments of the building could become places like a little library, or it could be, like an art gallery, art studio kind of space. And then this is these are reflected ceiling plans. So you can see the one on the bottom that's kind of showing the carved out kind of spaces that are occupied on the first floor. And the one on the top also showing kind of like the actual volumes that you would be occupying within. And then this is just an overall worm's eye view of the entire project. I believe, yes, that's my last.
Thank you, Gabrielle. All right, so we have 11 minutes for comments. So go ahead, the floor is open.
Yeah, and I'll try to be brief. Really nice presentation, Gabrielle. I caught the tail end of this presentation in the penultimate review. So I'm very happy to see all of it this time around. When you kind of talk about your kind of room, the kind of the room type, let's say, and the threshold type, my first question was, or my thought was sort of like, okay, I know that there are rules for how rooms aggregate with thresholds. Like there must be some kind of Boolean operation, like if then, like, if there is a room, then there has to be a threshold. If there's another room. So I'm sure that you intuitively know that, but I would really kind of love to know how that's kind of coded in terms of like, what is the script for the relationship between rooms, between rooms and thresholds? And what is their kind of dependence? What are the rules of that aggregation, right? And then I think throughout your presentation, what I kept wondering was what the project attitude was towards daylight and views. And it seems like within the room pieces, or within the family of rooms, there's a logic for how to bring in light from above. So I think that the kind of the skylight, let's say, or the oculus is embedded within the logic of the room. And I suppose that then there is some suggested logic of what happens to openings in those thresholds. But I think when you look at your model, like the one that's on the screen right now, it seems like windows come out of nowhere, and it seems like they're a little bit less scripted and a little bit more improvised, or maybe I'm misunderstanding that part of the project. But I think in the way that the project is drawn and modeled for a long time in your presentation, it's not very clear what the kind of porosity is within those units. And then once the kind of windows show up. So I wonder if kind of going back to the part of the project where you explain the relationship between rooms and thresholds, the kind of view and daylight is also more explicitly a kind of a variable. And if that already exists within your project and I missed it, then maybe it's something to deal with through representation. But I kind of have a sense that that kind of came in later as that was more kind of tactical rather than embedded within the rules.
Are you asking about like kind of like the openings that are happening like there, or the ones that happen at like corner conditions and things like that?
But so the corner conditions, I understand that they're kind of embedded within the logic of threshold. But for example, like where does this come from? Like, how do I know how to make a window in your project? You're clearly doing it, right? But I don't always understand whether that's embedded within the logic of those modules or that just happens by circumstance or after the fact, because for example, your plans, it's not entirely evident that all the rooms, like, I could imagine that it's like what the middle unit is like a unit for the insomniac, therefore, so that to me is just kind of a question in terms of the legibility of your strategy and how that kind of aspect of it, which ends up kind of showing up a lot in the kind of final resolution, like where that comes from,
Yeah, I think so I know that the conditions are a little different. Like this one's actually kind of like a balcony conditions, but these actually in, let's see. Okay, I'm just.
Yeah, like this, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Luckily it's not really. Yeah.
On this one right here, this one was kind of depicting that strategy of making those larger window openings that were taking place, is by that kind of like this being the set kind of like original volume, and then that the stretch of it becomes that opening that's taking place.
So this thing that I circled can be both a connection to a threshold piece, it can be a door, and it can be a window.
Yes, that takes place in like several conditions. Sometimes it's an exterior window, and sometimes like in these down at the bottom here, where these are more smaller, like bedroom or like kind of bathroom scenarios, that's how those are taking place.
Okay, and then some of the other conditions are just kind of spaces in between that end up being glazed. Okay. That's it. That was my That was my question. I mean, I would still love more clarity on that. I don't fully buy it, but I understand that you've thought about it. So I would, I wish that that part of the project, which has to do with the kind of the porosity of daylight and the porosity of views, could be taken advantage of, because I could actually imagine that as you're within one of these shotgun units, that there could be exchanges happening. There could be some really beautiful layers happening across those units that I think you could take advantage of if this kind of aperture strategy was not simply like a hole but if there's certain alignments that could happen, rather than just like how these elements kind of kiss each other, right? It's like sort of like mouth to mouth or whatever. But maybe there are other ways or other alignments where you can start experiencing some of those layers through aperture.
Thank you, Igor.
If I can quickly jump in here on that comment, I think I think that's a very good point, and I actually was sort of wondering whether the strategy that you introduced to basically create your oculi, like why that is only applied in that direction, and whether that couldn't be a way of bringing in light also from the side. And if it's deep, it becomes a loggia. If it's like not so deep, it becomes more of an impression. If it's even deeper, it's maybe that kind of tunnel that kind of brings light further into your project. And I think that's what I mean, to say it, since there's not that much time, I think it's a really beautiful project, and I think there's really some amazing kind of spatial potential in it. Where I was sort of maybe sort of struggling most is when I look at your plan, and if you can pull it up, I think we see that there are these like really, this is a good one, like and the one where we have these kind of thin walls that sort of suggest to me a very different story than the story of your elements that talk about mass. I think at the end of the day, the project is sort of all, it's a sort of an arrangement of figured ground to some degree. It is a project of kind of solid mass and the voids. And then every once in a while, it kind of like dissolves into a sort of more common kind of wall construction. And I think that's exactly where maybe also this question of the aperture that becomes just kind of a paper thin aperture starts to appear. And if you would push that kind of solidity, I think there's more potential to kind of pull out from that. So what if some of those threshold spaces that are, I think where I have to kind of step back, like you started off in a very kind of systematic way. You started to kind of develop all these standard elements that you're kind of reassembling, almost like Moshe Safdie with his kind of individual units that are then compiled to a whole thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not necessarily critiquing that, but I think it becomes maybe so rigid as a system that where you need the exception, you started to get really kind of like, it starts to become the line, the wall, the kind of another element. And I think it might be interesting to kind of think, what if in the plan drawing that would suddenly become black and you started to kind of carve more out of that? What if those stairs, what if that circulation was actually like in a Baroque church, kind of placed somewhere in that black mass rather than it becoming a kind of freestanding element within your space, right? What would happen if you would start to kind of modulate the space that way? But then based on that, maybe that also means that materiality has to be rethought. Are these really kind of prefabricated concrete elements, or are these prefabricated rammed earth elements that can be kind of joined with more rammed earth in different places, and it all becomes one? All this kind of black mass in your plan becomes one kind of continuous mass rather than a kind of assembly of prefabricated elements. Who knows, right? I think there's really a ton of potential, and particularly if we start to think about this poche space, the kind of the fill that you have right now, that's very present. And I think the further you go up, the more consistent to me it somehow gets. And it's really sort of on this ground floor where it starts to get really kind of flimsier. And I think similarly, then the question comes, which is again a threshold question, is like, where are things open, and where do you introduce that kind of layer of, let's say, glazing or whatever, this thermal kind of barrier that is introduced? And is that thermal barrier always kind of flush with the opening, or do you actually shift that somewhere else in that kind of spatial continuum, right? And give it a kind of different meaning than just purely kind of cutting it off. And I think there are some projects you could look at that kind of work with that to some degree. I don't know, it's hard not to think of the Johnston Markley Vault House looking at that project, or but there are other examples. I mean, you could go all the way back to sort of Scottish castles, like the ones that Louis Kahn kind of investigated and drew, and you would get some of these kind of ideas of these hidden stairs and things like that. Or you could go back to Borromini and Baroque architecture, and I think you could get a lot out of that to kind of translate into this contemporary context. But I think, I mean, the representation is beautiful. I see a lot of Pierre's kind of rigor in teaching in here also, that I've experienced that rise. And I think you've done a really beautiful job at, I mean, including the kind of representation of it, the ideas, the kind of the way you show kind of different ways in which those transitional spaces, or threshold spaces, as you called them, are used. I think those are really great ways of doing that. Yeah.
Thank you,
I'll
Reto.
pass the word to Raza.
Yeah, Reza.
I don't know if I have at least a
Yeah,
minute.
you have 2 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think, of course, the comments before said as well, partly the thoughts, I wanted to mention the Porsche space, of course, where through the contemporary of assembly of some kind of, let's say, prefabricated or casted or different kinds of way for production today, we could do that in different materials. But I like that way of breaking actually the additive by so much depth. I want to complement that. I enjoy that, because mostly when you start with additive, it looks like additives, we live like an additive. And here I see this open loop where the collective, the privacy, as I understood, involves in this layering system, even being additive from the construction. So I just wanted to complement that result in the ways of achieving that. Thank you.
Thank you, Reza. That was a very nice comment. And thank you, Gabrielle, for presenting your work.
Very nice job, Gabrielle.
Yeah, congratulations. We have to move on. I think, Tyler, whenever you're ready, it's time for you to present.
Hello there, my name is Tyler Matt. This is my second semester here at UT. So when it comes to me and defining comfort, I define it a little bit differently. The conception of the housing unit, not through like a traditional family unit, instead through blood, but by the kinship of like a common belief. The members have a safe space from harmful prejudice because there's a support system in place, a place can allow the occupant to interact, plan, and socialize. In contrast to the American libertarian isolationism, the free units, quote unquote, are shared among the inhabitants. The lack of individual elements like kitchen, bathroom, closets, and living room enforce not only cooperation among the residents, but also a support system, both mentally and financially. In contrast to the familiarity of the white heterosexual middle class perpetuated in culture to design and accommodate groups like African American, Latino, gay, and transgender communities. So in order to create this system, I based it starts with like a generic shape for a room. For example, here the 12 by 12 foot square. then it's aggregated into 3 12 by 12 by 12. And then using that basic geometry, it evolves into the interior space. And then carving that out, that's the wall for the interior space. And then creating the exterior spaces or the exterior skin. And then carving out both those out to divide the interior space into both the circulation space, which is the exterior here, and the primary actual programmatic spaces. And then a display of carving out, creating the interaction between floors and floor plates. So here's like a project seen as an individual unit, and then you can technically divide it into 3 units, here, here, and here, where the 3 bays of the actual wooden element. Then further on, here's the starting outward, inward. First layer of the actual building is the wooden skin that is, each level is a resultant of what's going on inside and outside. So the density of each column represents adding more privacy, and also the direction, cardinal direction, north, south, west, and east. And then the angle of, I'll show you later on in plan, the directions of the columns are based off the circulation inside the spaces. And then this structure is supported by a welded steel column system. And then the next layer is the structural glass that separates the exterior from the interior, where it's punched through to allow interaction between the 2 entities. And then the floor plates there are for each floor. And then finally the walls separating the circulation / storage spaces from the actual programming spaces that pull out to allow for windows and like visual communication between the outside and inside. So overall plan. So for the site interaction, the internal logic spreads out into the actual site to create both. So now there's a secondary, as there's a separation between internal and outside, there's now a separation between exterior public space, and then this is like I would like to say this is like the front yard, the public porch, where people can interact and be kind of a generic public space. While here it's like kind of like a backyard, more private space. And then to enter, you go through here on this side or on this side, and then you enter. So if you look closer, the main doors or entryways are based off of the internal geometry seen here. And then the first floor is a kind of an interactive, like large living room that can be multi-use. So like watching TV, library, or someone playing music. And then it can be further privatized with a curtain. And people inside can have the choice of being very public or being very private. And then you go up through these stairs, and then you go into the second floor, which is like a collective eating, dining, and cooking place with option to eat outside with these 3 benches. So like this is preparing, this is cooking, and then I use the circulation space becomes also a storage space. So there's room for pantries, a shared pantry spaces out here. And then the next floor is a communal living or sleeping space. And then this becomes like a little collective office space, right? You're using the geometry I used before, plus some exterior, like just relaxing. And then the final bathroom space, so there's like 2 toilets here, like that, and then a shower. And then this becomes a shared, what do you call it? Closet.
Closet.
Closet. And then washer dryer, and then like makeup prep and like stuff like that. And then so viewing for the elevation, showing the how shadows interact with the building. Plus, so this is the west elevation. This is bordering the site. So the majority of this becomes a wall for here to allow light into this part of the building. And then on the east elevation facing Onion Street, this sloped away from the street, but it cut through the geometry to allow any pedestrians walking through the know what's going on right here, and to help separate the public and the private. A plantry right here, and then the north elevation, just the way that it tucks into the space, and then the front yard kind of hinted at with this tree right here. And then the back space showing the large public space where people can come and gather. And then I guess the people inhabitants inside want to, like, if they like, for example, a bunch of drag queens, they can come out like have like a giant public like party or something. And then for the sections, you can kind of see like how these spaces interact. These the geometry start cutting through, so like people visually can start interacting between floors, as you can see here. And then same with this scenario, just depending on the geometries. And then showing like the materiality, like this being like some kind of like brick or terracotta color with kind of a ground, and then like the filling of these wooden elements as you walk into here, and with the interior being hinted at with the wall that are made of CTL. And then you go up, and this is what you see when you arrive to the second floor, as there's the structure starts to invite you into this space, or there's kind of a thing as you see here. If you look back, this is looking back on the third floor, the geometry harking back, and then also the fact that you cannot see the endpoint as you go through these stairs. And then finally, like if you see the bottom going from the third floor to the upper floor, how the library system invite you and kind of direct you into the space. So
thank you, Tyler. I don't know, Rasa, if you would like to start this time.
Okay. Layering system, I understood. I understood also 3 units unifying in one. Like it's kind of 3, but at the same is kind of 1. That is the interesting point, this new approach from the previous what I have seen. So you unify those, but then you separate within the layering back. That is interesting. I have a bit of question maybe. Perhaps I did not understood. This was for like living units, or is there an entity? Maybe I missed that point.
Can you repeat that?
Like some of you had like a public or communal space. Is it like accessible just for privacy, like private units, or just this one point? How your project is very open. That is interesting for me. This layering system, I understood. I just want to ask a bit, is it like a private all, like, or are they free, let's say 3 different units coming together to one, or is there some?
It's 3 different units coming to one. So because of the way the architecture works, as I said before, kind of explain it a little bit better, is that it's more of a people choosing, like you're comfortable with these people to the point that you don't need that privacy separately.
So you're interested, okay, now understood. You're interested in a project about the dynamics of privacy and transparency. Within this, having the layers. And also interesting point of your navigation, that you say that the outer wall is like surrounded by the round stairs, which is in activating this kind of roundness together. So you nicely performatively introduce the navigation up. And then you say that you're interested in these layers of a privacy. So let's say that the issue of those rhythms of a facade elements and rhythms of depths for you, like if you could show the elevation, in the elevation, I can see very well that you reach this depth of the effects, like here. Like I can, from outside even, I understand as a one entity, but those three, when this connectivity points, it's nicely involved and evolves its shadow areas. So I kind of, that point was interesting for me. Thank you. To see this layering system, transparency, visibility, and you see privacy, where you feel more comfortable in the layers of system one, and you have, let's say, like this discomfort disappears in terms of a design, aesthetics, and the formal operations you choose. Thank you, I understood.
Thank you, Reza. Igor and Reto.
Igor, you can go first. I'll take what's left.
Just very quickly, I mean, I saw this project a couple of weeks ago, and it's a pleasure to revisit it. I really like the way that you have presented the project graphically. I think it's very clear, both in terms of intention and in terms of resolution. But can I give you a hypothetical scenario, and then Tyler, you can. So let's say I'm a mother, and I have some children in my house, but I keep adopting children. And so instead of, me, the mother, and 2 children, especially in this, time that we live in, I've adopted more children. And so now there are 7 of us, or maybe 13 of us living in mother's house. What would change? How would this new population, this new circumstance, how would it meet your architecture?
Interesting question. I would say like the first would be like move out to a bigger place, but then
these are tough times, and because
I think it would be like, I think one element might be to further like make the enclose the patio spaces, but even though that might not be a lot of space, but probably and then like close up all these spaces right here and expanding let me see, adding more of that, or we could just make it taller. Just infinitely go taller and taller.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, we could go taller and taller if we kept being dedicated to this kind of trinity on every floor. There's like a 3 of everything. But the reason why I'm asking this question is because socially, at least, the way that you're talking about it is that there is this kind of coming together, and then there is this kind of rejection of this kind of what's public and what's private, right? Mm-hmm. Which implies a certain degree of flexibility. And I think because of that, I question the forms like faithfulness to program, right? There has to be 3 inhabitants, and on every floor, there's 3 types of every activity. And so I think maybe one way, through my little fiction, I think that it's just one way to see if actually your architecture can go beyond the initial program that you kind of used to generate it. And whether in a way, I would imagine a building like this could be misused. It could be reappropriated, right? Like it could be, like you could exactly have people sleeping on the balcony because there's a party happening in the bedrooms because the bedrooms are like facing each other. And so I'm just interested in seeing how you can what kind of resistance architecture poses to alternative inhabitations. I think that might be something that's interesting, might be interesting for you to kind of think through now that you've gotten your project this far.
Thank you, Igor.
I agree. I mean, I think the question of how would you adapt if things would change, I think is an interesting question for this project. And I'm not sure it's like adding a floor or something like that. And I think it sort of points to some of the challenges that maybe come with the particular way in which you organize it. I think it's really beautiful how you layered the project, and how on a floor like the one that we currently see, the kind of sort of space that's created between the inner circle and the exterior circle starts to create this kind of exterior space, how there's the layering of the facade as we kind of move in, this kind of different degrees of transparencies that you're creating. I think all of that is really incredibly beautiful. It seems like the section of your project that you introduced comparatively late in your presentation is quite critical, because you basically then, in addition to how you modulate the space through these kind of rings that kind of expand or contract, you introduce this kind of different sort of geometrical logic of this element that, or these kind of wall elements that become pretty dominant, especially if we kind of look at the section that introduces another way of organizing space on top of this kind of onion-like system of rings that kind of peels off. And I think it's exactly there where maybe this degree of inflexibility comes in, and I think we see it a little bit in your plans, right? I think it's, to me, it's really interesting and kind of curious how the project sort of oscillates between being, let's say, super flexible, and the kind of uses maybe kind of could be driven through the kind of layers of transparency, the kind of veils that you introduce through the kind of facade system, the kind of structure that's more or less dense. So if it were just the kind of circles and the kind of off center kind of circles, I think that could work, and you could use that space pretty much however you want, and you could decide that that you accommodate more people or less people based on that. But then if you go back to your plan where you show the grand piano, I think there we suddenly, the project also has a component that makes it incredibly sort of fixed, and there's no other way to use it. And you have all this kind of built-in, which was also suggested in your renderings that look really great, but like you have all this kind of built-in furniture, which sort of additionally sort of underlines that kind of one way of how things are to be used. And then I think I like how you kind of introduce your stair in the curve, how it's not a sort of foreign element that's kind of placed somewhere else, but at the same time, you allocate a lot of space around these kind of this central element that is very narrow and is very limited in its use, and becomes fully kind of circulation space, or even like in the case of on this slide on the lower end, the kind of leftover between the outer skin and the inner skin is at most a corridor, or not even fully occupiable. And so in that sense, I think this kind of spatially interesting sort of figure that you cut into your project sort of takes a lot of the flexibility away that would be maybe there to kind of allow for all these different things to happen. And while I really appreciate it as a kind of, I don't know, spatial exploration, I think it's kind of interesting how you represent it in section. I wonder if just the kind of circles alone, and maybe even the continuation of a circle beyond the kind of intersection, would give you enough to basically, and those kind of different degrees of transparency and layering would give you enough to create so much complexity in and of itself that you might not even kind of need that center part. Or that would be one way maybe also of kind of allowing for more different readings of the project and for more flexibility in the project. But independent of that, I mean, take that with a grain of salt. I think it's a very accomplished project, and I think there's lots of really great moments in it, and a lot of great kind of sort of spatial manipulating, and I think sort of there's a great vision in it. So yeah. Congratulations.
I would like shortly to say, just 1 minute.
Yeah, no, sure. You have to.
Okay. Actually, I was thinking about the answer from Jonathan, that he would extend, that this extension is possible of the outer layer. And that reminds me the John Saul Museum in London. If you know that references, then the architect was experimenting with its own house, and he this is the museum which one of the amazing experience I have ever had when I saw it. Then he carved the walls and stored all the furniture, all kind of founded objects in the wall. But this is like really, really long time ago. It's a historical reference to many architects, and he made this in a facade, like he just extended like through the window and pushed the facade outward so that he has another layer, like a niche. And it's amazing references for someone to visit. I don't know when in the future, maybe if it's possible. But that answer I really liked, for seeing your building as an experiment and to continue these layers in the future perspective, to get an extensive area and see it adaptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasa. Thank you, Tyler, for your presentation. We have to move on, and we have to give room for our last student. This concludes our live streaming of the studio. So let me just pause this or stop